Welcome back, everyone, to our coverage of WAMO 2023 as we're live here for Division I team event here in La Crosse, Wisconsin. Right now, we've got this is a team of Not So Haggard and Auggies Bullshooters, I believe it is, as this should be an appetizing matchup. They're already underway here, and it's, I believe, a 3-1 scoreline in favor of this team featuring Jed Neal, the Auggies Bullshooters. So we want to welcome you to our coverage this evening, and thank you to those who watched this morning on all our platforms, including Facebook and YouTube. It was a good day of Division 23 action on our streams. Yeah, a little bit lower level, but it's nice to give those players that are new to the game, maybe been battling for a while, but just don't get that opportunity to play as much as others. Good to get them on the stream for a little bit and kind of show you that it's not all the elites here. There's different levels throughout, as we've got Division 1 through Division 24 in this team event. Here for this one, we're mainly going to be seeing Division 1 tonight, as we've got Division 1-3 here on CompuSport.us if you want to check out the brackets. Will Stuart, Nick Dichiria here per usual. Nick, that's another win for the Auggies Bullshooters.
Auggies.
Is it Auggies? Okay, Auggies.
No
whatever.
worries.
Yeah.
So Auggies Bullshooters there, of course, consisting of Jed Neal, Kevin Schmitz, Ryan Sofa, and Sean Hortzman. They're a strong team. Of course, we saw Kevin and Jed do some tears between being dumb and dumber and everything else in between on our live stream here. We are excited to be bringing you coverage. I mean, we did, like we said, watch a little bit of that Division 23 earlier and was watching those players. And like you said it well, I mean, there's a room full of people out there, and there's so many different players, and getting the opportunity to not only play on the stream, but to get the opportunity to learn from the stream. It's going to be a huge thing for a lot of them here. Looks like we are kicking off this next leg.
And it looks like Ryan, unfortunately, is going to have to wonder what's going to happen there with that one.
Yeah, let's see what's going
Maybe
on.
Maybe back up. I think they're going to back it up. Yep. They're going to let him back it up.
I know some of these players that with that first round of their round-robin pod didn't fully know that how the board was set up in the order, so now they're going to get their match orders a little bit more in a line here. So, yeah, they're going to get everything going here. But let us know who you're cheering for, folks. Not So Haggard on the other team. Eric Dyerson, Justin Mistretta, Nate Hag, and Sam Wilkinson will be on the other side here.
Yeah, it should be a good evening of coverage. We want to welcome you as we're going to get our scoreboard situated here a little bit better, so we can keep you in touch with who's winning legs. Now, unfortunately, we won't be able to give you a bracket update as we go because, well, these players that may be tuning in, that would be a distinct little advantage, wouldn't it be? So we don't want to do that one, but we will keep you in touch with what's going on nonetheless. So, ooh, don't want to do that one as we head on over to our board.
And that's the best Jed Neal's looked all day.
Yes, it is, man. Let me tell you what, as now our buttons aren't working here, of course.
Just some bad air at the moment here. But don't worry, folks. We're hard at work here, making sure everything's working again, going for you.
And now nothing's working as we try to get it situated. Guess we'll just give you a game screen for right now. We may need to do a quick little update. That would stink that we just go live, and of course we need to do an update, but looks like there's just issues in the air. CDC's suffering from some, and so are we, but I know what's going on. Let's just do that one, and then we should be situated. There we go. Figured it out.
There we go.
Alrighty.
Hey,
Hey, that's all right.
That one.
Yeah, we had a random occurrence earlier where we had a surge that kind of hit us, and it did cause some issues there for a little bit. Thankfully, we were up and running in no time at all. So, thankfully, we were able to get this one back up because that was scary there for a second. But
yeah.
hey, we're back up and running. Happy that we are. Jed Neal stepping in, looking at 351 here.
Yeah, of course, he did just start off with that hat trick. And then we've talked about this, but the way that he's throwing and the fact that he's throwing so well despite the hitch that he has, it's just a testament to his grit and his determination. He says, I don't care if I'm not feeling it or not. I'm going to go up here, I'm going to throw my darts, and I'm going to play my game regardless.
And, I mean, it's not like him and Kevin, when they teamed up for Doubles 01, did terrible. I mean, they were up in the top 3, that whole time. So, just goes to show you.
Yeah, of course, this is going to be a 7-game format. They're going to play out every game because this is round-robin style. So you're going to go against your whole pod there. There is 6 teams in this pod, 5 rounds to be played with 0 buys. At the end of it, they're going to take the top teams. They will advance, and then you play out every leg in case there is any tiebreakers that occur, as it is something that can inevitably happen. I mean, this is a big deal, right? The team event here, I mean, there is so much pride for these guys here to say my team is the best in my division at my level in Wisconsin.
Exactly. Exactly. You'll see the camaraderie between teammates. You also see the roars when things go right and the aw when things go bad. So we'll see how it goes, but anyway, we're happy you decided to join us here in La Crosse, Wisconsin for this bad boy. Jed throws up his hands, says, yeah, in the background. I'm liking the board jerseys here for Haggard.
Well, Dan, we wish you were here too. Hope all is well, Mr. Levine.
Of course, Ryan Silva. We've seen him on our PPD streams when we do those, so nice to see him in person here playing.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, he's having a little bit of a struggle at the moment, so he's trying to get everything sorted out as much as he can and really find himself some rhythm. But of course, it's that first game of the pod, right? It's going to be the hardest one to really like come out the gates running with. So Jed with a look at the 1-2-9. It's going to be that master out format, so it is going to be something to keep in mind here. Going down for the 19. And then up to the trip 20 for game number 5. And he does find it. Jed Neal with the 1-2-9 checkout.
Great shots to open us up here. That's going to be a 4-1 lead for bull shooters in this one. Enjoying that one. How about this? We have been hard at work on some interviews, folks. We're excited to show you those here in, well, quick fashion, I'm sure, as this is game number 6 here. And we'll try to give you one right afterwards. But, yeah, we got Joel Garcia from L Style. We've got Porky still, Steve Hilger. We've got Travis Wilkinson. Oh, and then we got Porky interviewing Filthy. So if you know those 2 individuals, you can imagine how that's going to be.
Yeah, completely normal and professional.
100% no.
Well, here we go with Sean Hortson to start us off. Again, you notice with that pod style, right, it's going to be those alternating legs. Back and forth, back and forth. Doesn't matter who took it out or who won the previous leg. See Nate just trying to work his way into that bowl there, and then kind of had himself blocked out. That first dart going high left, and then the second dart going high right, but inside the bowl there. Set him up for a situation where he didn't really have a good angle of entry. Kevin's going to try to sneak it right between those two. The catch is high, falling into that 21st 71 opener for Mr. Schmitz.
And we said it yesterday. We're going to say it again. That throw from Kevin is just smooth as can be.
Is that how it is? What?
Yeah.
One more time. What is it like?
Smooth as could be. I was thinking the sweet taste of Dr. Pepper.
Oh, is that
one,
what? Is that
that's
what
what I was
we're
kind of going with there, but that's quite all right. Hat trick for Eric. Good shots there. Sean stepping in, looking for gold as well.
Exactly. I mean, it's going to be very similar to when we covered those other 501 events, especially the 501's doubles yesterday, right? Your biggest difference, though, is going to be the fact that it's going to be a long sits. You're going to play one leg or two legs, sit for three, play for one or two. So Kevin, they played his first two legs, then sat for three legs, right?
Exactly. It makes it difficult. I mean, with this format, how you set up and how you put in your players is very important. For those wondering where Steve and Garrett are going to be, they're actually not going to be featured tonight, I don't believe. We may see them, but I don't believe we're going to I don't believe so. Let's just be honest.
So
they are in action a couple rows down.
The idea behind that, everybody, is we want to cover one round-robin pod, right? If we cover multiple pods, you're not going to get a good idea of what's actually going on. If you get to watch a little bit of each team here, and you will get to watch a little bit of each team here, you're going to get a better understanding. You're going to get a full story. We get to see the highs and lows of these teams as they try to move on to the next day.
Yeah, that's the factor is we'll be able to kind of, for you viewing at home, you'll be able to keep in touch with the score lines of certain and kind of see where they're at in the bracket per se. And we'll crown our teams that move on to tomorrow's events. And tomorrow will be a little bit different. I think they're going to be making some adjustments to the hall and shortening things, kind of getting some boards wrapped up and on their way down the road, as Arachna's got probably some more events to cover, but
you know, something, maybe a world's event.
Yeah, exactly. So you never know.
All right, so you can see Nate here kind of falling a little bit behind. I mean, him and Eric here kind of playing a little slack alongside with Kevin, honestly. So Sean's the one in control. If Sean gets a shot at the outs, which he will get a clean shot at this out, assuming Kevin brings it down just a little bit, and he will. You have to imagine it's going to be favored for the Auggies team. Falling to that 4 in the last one, but 104. Again, right now, he's just setting up his buddy. You know for a fact, especially not just when you're playing doubles, but when you're playing a team format like this, you're going to have faith in your partners. If you're in that B position on your scoreline, your job is to make sure that they are not frozen or to freeze. When you're A player, on the other hand, your only goal there is to just take it out. That's pretty much all you do from that position. As that was kind of like what I got the impression of after talking with Steve Hilger, more about like the idiosyncrasies of this high-level play. Sean with a 1-3-2. Got the 2 out of the way, but needs to get the 1-3 now. So he's going to keep pounding away at that bull here and just going to be bringing it down nice and low. Getting down to 30 there. And in that situation, again, just keeping that freeze in mind. That's why you're going to stay in the bull. From 80 there, especially in a master out, it probably makes more sense to go for like your single 20 per se or something of that sorts. Your 38 even. A couple of different ways you could really approach that. But that's not what they're worried about. They're not worried about having the cleanest out from themselves. It's about making sure your whole team is still in this so you don't get any freezing going on. Now Kevin's in position as well. Is going to leave himself an out. So that means that Sean and Kevin will both get a shot for the out before Eric or Nate will. And at this point, they need to make sure that they're not freezing each other as Sean and Kevin have gotten pretty low here. Getting down to 66 there, finding himself in decent position. He might not even get a look. Sean here for 30. Finds the double 15 right in the heart of it to put the Auggies team up 5-1 now. As we're going in, now this is going to be the last game, so it's going to be all 4 players going at it. As you can see there, that is going to be the order that they throw at for this final leg here. So here we go. All 4 players will play this final leg, 7-01, open in, master outs. Not So Haggard needs to get on the board and get any legs they can. This is going to be a big one for him. And that's a good start there for Mr. Neal. You know, we need just one more Neal, right? We got Tim Neal, we got Jed Neal, we got Brandon Neal for good Neal shooters. We need like a 4th one there, and that would be a sick group up there of the Neal team. Will silent in disbelief of how creative a point I just made.
No, it doesn't make any sense. That's Philadelphia. That's Wisconsin.
I'm talking about all the Neals.
That's Omaha.
Just talking to Neal.
How's it going to work for Wisconsin, buddy?
Okay, just in general, they should team up, right? It was more of a outside the box ADHD moment.
Yeah, no kidding.
I wasn't saying for this specific event.
Oh my goodness.
But I was just thinking about all the good Neals out there. If you know any Neals out there, leave a comment in chat. Tell us about them.
Well, it can't be any better than, I mean, Neals are great, but how about somebody calling me Will Nye the streaming guy the other day? That was a little bit too much.
I loved Will Nye the streaming guy.
Oh my goodness.
Wait till that video comes out there.
Kevin, to continue on here. This is very difficult with the 4-man. You got one throw or one time at the board, and then you got 7 players to wait. So it can be very difficult to establish a rhythm with that.
Not only establishing a rhythm, right, but so basically it's 2 players per score on here. So you just have no idea of what state you're really coming back to. And it's going to be something that's going to be hard for a lot of players to get around if they don't practice that. Taking a shot, then taking a long break, then taking a shot. But you can see an early advantage for the Auggies team. Heading a little bit of a breakaway at the moment.
Neal will step in with a pretty good lead here in this one.
Certainly happy to be seeing this, right? I mean, you're talking 198-point difference for your A scored lines, your B score lines at a 50-point separation or 51-point separation there. You're going to be happy knowing that if you keep up that momentum and expand that distance any amount, the likelihood of freezing is very high for the other team.
And that's unfortunate for Sam. Only finding the 1 there as the distance continues to broaden for Jed Neal and Schmitz.
That certainly seems to be the case at the moment. I mean, I'm going to be honest here. The Auggies team has just done really well in a lot of these events, and it's just one of those weeks for them where things are kind of coming together, and it seems to continue to be the case here. And the not-so-Haggard team just really trying to get that foothold in and kind of find that rhythm. So Kevin going to try to leave it out here from 3-3-2. But again, no real immediate pressure to do so.
Yeah,
he's just going to have to bring it down.
Just finding it. Yep. Good shots indeed. Out front here by a good chunk. Looking to make this a 6-1. Matt, man, that is a dominant performance in the first round of this round robin format. That could set you up well on through this bracket.
Not only does it help you be likely to come out on top of your pod, but also on top of that, it's just going to help your confidence as a team, right? I mean, Auggies is starting like this. They're not finding it later on. They are coming out the gates running like this. Your confidence level has to be through the roof. Oh, Sofa not happy with that. Tried to move around the dart and still got caught up there. He's going to have to just hit a switch. Forcing on the bull at this point is too risky. That's what he tried to do there. Not happy with the 26, but again, with the position they're at, they're doing just fine.
Just 43 scored there. Neil can hit a 150 to set up 32 potentially. Let's look back here. They're having a conversation, and it's an individual picking Neil's brain here, Jed Neil's brain on throwing and technique a little bit, which is. Yeah, he's got that hitch, but he's still been around the game for a while and knows this game, so that's why.
Yeah, muscle memory and body language issues are one thing, but so you can see there, Jed sets himself up nicely on 50 for, I believe Kevin's on that score line to go back to it, so he's going to be happy with that situation there. Sam Wilkinson covering as much ground as he can, but unfortunately not able to mark the rest of the way there. As you know, if Sean just makes sure to continue scoring down on that number, it's going to be more than fine. And working his way through, finding that bull there, good marker there to hit one more, and he does so. Getting down to that 270 range. Now Eric just needs to make sure he has that never can say die mentality. You can't be giving up on any situation here, no matter how unlikely, even if Kevin is primed and ready to go on that 50.
Yeah, we'll see what Kevin does here, but this is pretty much just set up for him to take this out, it looks like. Schmitz is quite the player. You don't see him missing this often. There it is right there. Bull Shooters with the 6-1 win here in this round robin. Man, that is quite the performance early here, huh?
Yeah, that was a strong start from them. On our other streaming board, we did have Club Ritz and Foundry 45 going at it, but it looks like they just finished up theirs as well. So that means that we're going to have some more action here shortly, right?
Yeah, let's hear a quick word from, Joel Garcia, and then we're going to hear from Filthy and Porky, because we all know you want to hear that one.
Yeah, you do.
Quite a funny interview here. So let's set that up. We'll be right back momentarily. Here with North American Director of Operations for L Style, Joel Garcia. How does it feel to be back at WAMO? This is how many years for you now?
This is my third year coming back to help with Booyah Darts, their booth. I really come back to meet more players and educate people about our product, and because I noticed when I come out here, not a lot of people use L-Style, and it's very surprising to me. So it's nice to be able that Jeremy and Booyah Darts let me come out here and work on the L-Style side of things for them.
Well, the truth is we have so many players here in so many different divisions, whether it's your elite players or your players that are just starting out that maybe don't know about L-Style. So it's important to kind of teach them about that, huh?
Yes. Yeah, it's really hard when players haven't even heard of L-Style yet, and I'm like, you know, where do you live that you haven't heard of it? Because in my mind, I feel like everyone knows us because we're a worldwide company, but it really shows me that I have a lot of work to do to get our brand out there and our products.
Well, even though you've been around, how long has L-Style been around now? I mean,
they've been in North America since 2002.
Wow.
So a while, yeah. But I've been with L-Style for 9 years now.
Well, it's nice to have you here once again. I mean, I've been around to NDA. We saw you there as well. But to bring you from California up to Wisconsin and see all these individuals again, it must be nice, huh?
Yeah, it's nice for people to recognize me, especially since I only come here once a year. But I definitely need to keep coming back, and every time I come here, I write down new ideas of how to engage players more and get the players response on our products. And I'm always asking, when people already come up and they already use L-Style, I ask them why they used L-Style, how they started using L-Style, just to give me a good idea of what people in this market want and need.
Well, if they want to reach out to you, or if they have any questions or comments or concerns with L-Style, how can they reach out to you?
That is a hard question because I probably have over 80 unread Facebook messages. I try to keep up with it, but I would say the best way is probably you could actually message our L-Style Facebook directly, and we have 6 or 7 people on those messages so that it gets to the right person eventually, and then we can answer your question.
There you go. Well, if you're looking for a custom design or just wanting to use the product in general, reach out and do so. Joel, thanks for spending a moment with me here at WAMO 2023. Looking forward to many more adventures with you, huh?
Yes, you too.
What's up, guys? We're sitting here with Phil Glomsky. So, well, you know, so yeah, he's a little taller than me, so I think this will be a little more comfortable. And obviously, you sucked at basketball. So, what got you in the darts?
Well, pretty much just like you said, started getting older, the body was breaking down, and it was just not easy to do anymore. So some buddies of mine that played softball, they all did darts in the winter, and they just...
Miniature golf at all, or?
Nothing's miniature with me. So I just decided that it would make sense to try to give darts a shot, since, they did it. It's like, the line's not that far from the board. How hard can it be?
Yeah.
And then I found out it's a lot more difficult than it looks.
Oh, so today you got the 4-person team event going on?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so now being the tallest person on the team, but like the weakest link, like you would have been off the show already, if it was that show. How do you feel about that, like having these 3 people carry you?
I'm really fortunate that we took first last year, because if it wasn't for that, I know that I was on the chopping block and I really would have had to beg for my spot. So I'm really glad that you guys carried me far enough that I was able to stick around, and hopefully, it gives me one more chance.
So if they dump you after, when? Hold on one second.
Okay.
Hello. Yeah, oh yeah. No, at 4 o'clock. Yeah, 4-person team. Oh my God. We went to this place to eat last night. It was, yeah, they got some great food. Oh.
What are we doing? We're cutting?
Now you'll be...
1 hour later.
All right, man. All right, have a good one. All right, bye. Sorry, had to take that.
All right, you good now?
Yeah. He just wanted to know what I ate last night. All right, so anything you want to add? Looking forward to tonight, and are you nervous at all?
No, because when I don't have to do a lot, it's really easy. And so,
Yeah, I got to get to the hot tub, man. Hot tub time is calling me. We're kind of pressed for time, but yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, Phil Glumowski, Mickey Mousky. All right, have a good day, guys.
Well, hello everybody. I am Nick Dichiria, joined by none other than Steve Hilger, also known as AKA Porky. How are you doing, good sir?
Good, man. Hungry, tired, the usual stuff.
The standard affair.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, this is a little different because normally we catch you on the Porky Cam or in finals of events, as you had a great start to your week with the doubles cricket finish with Garrett Rakowski. How did it feel placing first back-to-back years?
It's good because last year was the first time they did the doubles cricket, so I mean, yeah, it's good, especially with this competition. Wisconsin is so overloaded with great shooters in both 501 and cricket, so it was definitely a good accomplishment for us. So.
Yeah, I mean, we're telling people, so many comments are like, why isn't this player playing this? Why isn't this player? Because people think that we're watching a national level competition, but this is actually just the largest state tournament. I mean, how crazy does it feel to see a room out here of so many faces and so many competitors in darts?
Oh, it is. I mean, we've had so many great players in Wisconsin. You had, Benny Dersch, Scotty Kirshner, Scotty Miller, and so many others that come up. Big Dog used to come up and shoot Wisconsin State. So, I mean, in reality, it is kind of like a national tournament when you had some of the best in the nation playing in this at one time. So,
well, it certainly has been a great time at this location. Now, to the people that are going to be watching this interview or seeing you on the broadcast, taking names and winning trophies, is there anything you want to say to those people that have been watching along with you and supporting you along the way?
No, I mean, thank you for the support. I get stopped, and now Garrett's getting recognized, and he's getting stopped, and that's what I shoot darts for. It's not to win the money, and I love the competition. I love the people, and the attention that we get is very it's nice. It makes me feel good, and I love entertaining people basically with darts. Especially if they love watching me shoot with my bar darts. It's you can do it with any dart, man. You just got to practice. So
yeah, it's not just the equipment; it's the user at the end of the day.
Yep.
Well, we're excited to continue seeing your work on the live stream, work on the dartboard, and we wish you nothing but the best of luck at your WAMO venture here.
Yes, I'm gonna try to win some more today, so we'll see.
Looking forward to it.
What are we doing?
Well, I don't know what to do with my hands.
Alrighty, everybody. Looks like we're going to have another match here starting soon, as this is going to be John Bunnell's team coming up here. Jade, we have no idea actually how many teams are playing today yet. I do know there was reference to around 5,400 individuals participating or on teams. That may have 6 instead of 4 on certain ones. But other than that, we should, we should see a good chunk of teams, honestly. But you can get a little further look at that on CompuSport.us. It may say it on there. I'm not sure if it has a spot for that or not, but there's where you can find that information out. possibly could help you out. But in the meantime, we hope you enjoyed those interviews. They certainly were fun. We know that you enjoyed Porky and, and Filthy there for a minute, but we will have another match coming your way here in just a second, as it's going to be Rookies Pub taking on Club Ritz on this board. So we'll keep it right here for this one. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back.
Alrighty, everybody. I am Nick Dichiria, joined by Will Stuart over here for continued coverage of Team Division 1 round robin here. As we got Rookies Pub taking on Club Ritz in this round 2 matchup here. Some more of the teams from the same pod that we started off with. Will, you looking forward to this one?
Oh, yeah. I mean, always some good matchups here in our upper levels here. I mean, the last one kind of surprised us here. This is a 6-1 advantage for bull shooters. But we do have some information. Jade's been constantly asking about how many teams have been playing in here today. Well, we kind of figured it out, at least on the upper tier, the Division I side. 24 teams in Division I. Most of those, of course, have to have 4. So 24 times 4, do the math. That's going to be, what, 96? Is that right? Yep, 96. So 96 players in just Division I alone with 24 teams is pretty crazy.
It is. Well, let's talk about the
That's
teams.
a lot of teams.
Let's talk about the teams we're looking at here. Rookies Pub, consisting of Dan Brinker, George Diamond, George Newth, and Ralph Glens. While on the other end here, Club Ritz, Craig Vanden Heuvel, Jeff Ressenberg, Jean Bonnell, and Rick Barnscheck.
All righty, there we go. Of course, John Bunnell, who took second in our, what was it, singles cricket? Is that right?
Yes, that
Yes,
was.
alrighty.
That was where he had a little bit of that finish line anxiety for him and had trouble connecting at the very end. But up until that point, was a dominant force for D1. Hey, Jacob. Thanks for tuning in as always. But here we go. It's again that Fat Bowl Master Out format that we're going to be a little bit familiar for seeing. And it's going to lead to some interesting situations on how these guys not set themselves up, but set up their partners more so. Early on, it's going to just be pairs of 2, but at the end, it's going to be an all-4 get up here.
Unfortunately, outside with all those darts, just 43 scored there. You'll have to be quick to brush that one off and forget about it.
Forget about it. And we're going to notice with this team format, these players are going to have to really hammer in the focus and determination. You can't count on just rhythm alone for playing well today.
Exactly. I mean, that's the key for this round robin, 4-team bracket. I mean, you really have to just concentrate and hunker down because it's very hard to establish any rhythm whatsoever, especially with the changes and stuff that happens with these round robins. So,
it certainly is the case. The other thing is there's going to be situations where you're not going to have a good board state. Maybe your partner did stay upright or something happens. Maybe you're just on the right head state. You have to not give up on any of these legs. They are so much more crucial than anything else. It's not just like a throw this one away, I'm going to win the best of 5. No, this is round robin style. You need every leg.
Craig looking for ones. Got it. He's on the board. Him and John Bunnell teamed up in last night's doubles. Did fairly well.
Yeah, that he did. George Diamond trying to make sure to keep up that score line going.
Got a question about cricket in the YouTube chat. You've seen your cricket action for this event. There will be no more. It's only 01 from here on out. It's mostly 01. Reasoning for that? How many people they've got? It's dang near impossible to fit a bunch of cricket in here with the amount of people you have, because we all know that those cricket matches can go a long time. So that's why they kind of keep cricket to that Wednesday evening. And there's less players kind of that come to that because of the being at Wednesday, and that allows them to kind of have that action.
Yeah,
we know it kind of stinks for those that love the cricket. I know that we got a lot of followers that really enjoy cricket over 01. Can be a more interesting game at times, but at the same time, I mean, that's what makes this tournament unique. It's their own tournament, you know.
I'm telling you, just from the experience of watching these players out here have such a great time, and how many of them are here, and how little horror stories and how many stories of glory I have seen. They're having a great time, and it's a format that the Wisconsinites really like.
Exactly.
And George going to make sure that he can leave himself an out here as Ralph is on one. He's getting in some trouble. He needs to make sure he can at least Guaranteed, and that will help guarantee that his partner won't be frozen. Jeff needs to get under 34 points here, and he certainly could get under 34 points here. So he will have to go bull, bull, and then a trip. I can't do it now, so all I can do is just make sure his partner doesn't get frozen. Ralph with the look at the 1-4-5 for leg number 1 here. He will get a look. 1 dart for a trip, 15.
Can he hit it here? Just on the inside. Craig taking a moment. Just kind of playing the attack here.
Exactly. 150 is also eligible to go here. Gonna say all 3 at the bull.
John's already calling for it in the back. He's already calling for it in the back, and unfortunately it's not gonna go. The door is still open.
A lot of pressure here on Diamond. Diamond needs to make sure he doesn't freeze Ralph.
Yes.
That's gonna help into 1 more of those. Kind of got away from him there. So 43 is now the number that Jeff needs to get under if he doesn't take it out, which he very well could. John calling for it again.
John's calling for it all day, man.
Needs a bull here to freeze, and he didn't get the bull there.
So John's 0 for 3.
So Ralph with the look at 30.
Ralph,
does
go ahead and
too.
take it. 1-0 lead for Rookie's Pup.
Finding it with ease, and that's a good start for that team there. And what was definitely a closer battle than either team would have preferred to see at that point. Rick to get us going.
On the outside with the last. 104.
Yeah, a little bit of frustration from there, but really with this format, you're not trying to play that lights out 10 dart game. If you get it, that's great, but you need to just be happy getting that 2 bulls or more.
Yeah, it can be really tough to produce that 10 dart game, especially in this. You feel a lot of pressure, not only for yourself, but because you're playing, with teammates.
Mm-hmm.
Not only just another teammate, but numerous teammates. So
Yeah. Whenever I was playing on a team format, I was always so much more worried about disappointing my teammates than I ever was about disappointing myself. George does ease it in there. No real runaway yet, so it's going to just be a little bit grittier on this one as they're going to keep tearing their way down. Now, well, Diamond's able to get another low 10. That's 3 in a row for him there. Yeah, Craig with a 1 bull round again there. Seeing a lot, let's go George and George in there. Seeing a lot of rookies pub support in the chat here. Yeah, Rick's gonna just try to continue to hammer away. Hat-trick would have left the 174 look on the next go around here. But the way things are with this, how close it is, I think it's going to be more so about getting down to your lower outs here and playing for that freeze rule in mind, knowing that no one's going lights out at the moment. Catching low there, but 220 on the setup there still puts Diamond out in front.
So Craig stepping in at 389. Really got to get a chunk here, don't you? Sorry for the delay there. Helping out Jeremy Byrne with Booyah Darts. If you have not, headed on over, or went on over to the Booyah Darts booth, go over there and grab yourself some dart supplies. They're in the North Hall. Set up for a little bit longer today. Or you can just go on to booyahdarts.com if you're joining us from home. So get your supplies there.
I know I got myself a set today.
Yeah, you did. Get yourself a nice little Red Dragon set. The nice thing is Jeremy's bringing numerous different suppliers into Booyah Darts, which is nice. And he's got a lot of shot, a lot of Red Dragon wind mount now. He's also got L-Style, Q-Soul, Cosmo, Fit Flight, all that good stuff. So,
well, Rick found that leave on 160, but George is going to be tailing right behind and might be able to set himself up very nice as he hits a hat trick there, putting himself on 70. And with George and Craig, George K and Craig being so close as there's 2 Georges playing at the same time on the same team, this is going to be a good position for him overall. Craig getting in there to make sure if they can't set up a freeze that they will try to freeze. So George Newth here just needs to bring it down. Hitting a low ton will guarantee there can be no freeze. No freeze now as George will get a shot.
Well, 2 Georges don't make a right, but here they do.
Yep. And with a 131 combined means that Rick does get a shot at the 160 though.
That is the truth. That is the truth. He'll get a look here, but it's awfully hard to get it. So George Diamond, looks like he's getting an opportunity here.
Yeah, except now it's very likely that if George doesn't hit this, that Craig will be frozen. As long as he doesn't bust, it's bound to happen.
$19 for bull.
Oh,
and
no.
now
Needs a hittable.
he's got to hit something, and he's not able to find really a significant value there.
And with them being at 109 there, that means that they didn't freeze.
They didn't freeze, and I think Craig's knowing it here as he takes a step back and settles in here, moves the darts around, takes a blow to those flights.
Yeah, there was no chance there that Craig expected to be able to shoot at the 125. Now knowing that he has the opportunity, needs to capitalize. And these guys are kind of having a cold streak at the moment.
They
here.
really are. This is not going to be a look anymore.
Let's just see if he's able to shake it off. Shake it off. Whoa, oh. Thank you, Will. Got a little chuckle out of you. It means I'm doing good. George for 61 now, 11 to the bull.
So 11 for bull and a 2-0 lead. Wow. Rookies Pub out in front here in this one.
Yeah, both those legs are real scrappy. They were neck and neck, no real lead or advantage to either team. And honestly, both games had opportunities given back and forth here. It's not something that these guys want to be doing, and they're going to try to tighten up their game as they continue on. Rookies, let's see if they can run away with this advantage. As they will also get the start here
Yes,
as
they
well.
will. That was a break of throw.
Well, Rick finding that low ton to open in there. George gonna try to answer as much as he can. Getting that low ton himself, and not only answer, exactly match, hitting 117 as well.
Dan finds 72 there. But still in risky territory. Rick could possibly come up here, and even if he finds 1 or 2 bulls, I mean, trying to distance themselves. And oh man, did commentators curse him?
You absolutely
Nah,
did.
Not.
You
nah.
absolutely did. I mean, he was actually going up there to hit a 180, and then all of a sudden your curse.
Speaking of 180s, we did see that last night, and we spoke to Garrett and Steve Hilger after the fact as we went to the bodega, as it's called here in Las Crosse, a nice little eatery slash brewery here in Wisconsin. They said, I was like, what's with the 180s last night in that team event when you really didn't need to go for a 9? Oh, you might as well go for it, you know? Might as well have some fun, especially when your opponents start the way like they did, you know?
I think my favorite part of that was Garrett's like, well, Porky told me to go for it. Porky's like, I never did that. And then turned around and said, oh, I absolutely did.
I absolutely did. I said, you might as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where you're seeing the strategy change a little bit more, especially now that 10 darters have become so much more common at this high level. Now you're seeing that the 10 darters are becoming more common. People are going for 9s a lot more, even in a fat bowl format, if they feel pressure to do so. And what you're noticing right here as well, I mean, we saw the dominance and the hat tricks and the high shots there from Auggies bullshooters for our first run here, but these are top level players right now that are feeling the pressure to perform because, let's be honest, these guys are playing like they have something to prove. So this is why this is getting a little bit scrappier more, and for a level 1 matchup here, these guys are well aware. They're thinking, I need to bring it up. I need to be playing better. They need to stop doing that thinking thing. I've stopped thinking since high school. And guess what? It's got me to be not as good as these guys still.
On leaving 183. Still a look at a checkout, but handy.
Yeah, Breaker really needs to get in range.
He's got to find something here. And those darts, I do like the switch there because those are 2 difficult darts to work around.
Yep.
I hate a dart that's right 1 hole above the bull. I'd almost rather get on a knee and throw my next 2 at the bull.
I did that once at TOC. The refs were not a big fan of that. Gonna be honest. And so Rick setting himself up first at a 131, so will be the first one to have an outshot. George needs to try to leave himself 1 now, knowing that Dan's a little bit behind in this leg. Bull here will still do it. 168 will be the look if he gets one. Yeah, Dylan, you're absolutely right. There, he's saying maybe some stream jitters or something like that, as far as like that, and that certainly could be the case as well. There's so many factors that go into playing a round-robin format, playing on to get out of a pod, playing on a live feed, and playing against another team that also is kind of feeling the same way you are. There's so many things that go into it. Oh no. Dan does find on the last, but George will be frozen on his next go-around.
This is the part here. Dylan just said stream jitters. These guys are level 1, but I know Rookie's team doesn't play much on live streams. Rookie's team's up 2-0. I mean, I think it's the team from Club Ritz that may be experiencing a little bit of those streaming jitters, at least in the first couple legs. We know John. We know Craig. John's been in this position on the stream before, but Rick, I maybe have seen once or twice. I don't know. It's hard to say. It's hard to say, you know. At some point, you just got to get over it and keep trucking on. But, yeah, I think you could experience a little jitters no matter what right at the bat. But settle in quickly and go.
You're right. I mean, right now, these guys are better than a 25-point per dart shooter. Yeah. And we're going to see that. And we're going to see them bring their best game.
There's no denying. Both teams, though, are playing off form. Yeah.
Yeah. But there's plenty of time for them to get there. That's the beauty of round robins. I love any event that has a round robin. As a player, I've always loved them because it gives you that time to figure out what's going on, really get comfortable, and really get your stride, and also get a bang for your buck and play.
Dylan says, I'd be nervous if Will was watching me until I just shook a shade. Just kidding. Just kidding.
I will refrain from saying my thoughts out loud. Rick with a 54 here.
To get on the board, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, they're going to get at least 6 starts for the out.
There it is.
No one's shooting that trip 12 for the fans today. I'm going to put a $10 bounty. I see a trip 12 out, $10. Coming right out of Will's wallet because I don't have any more cash.
Yeah, oh, thanks. Appreciate it, buddy.
Well, Ritz is on the board now, 2-1 in this pod. And we're going out running for this one. Catching the wrong side of the dart in the last, but getting these low ton opens here.
Dan, see if he can get a better start than the last time up. Yes, he will. Good 105 opener from him. Man, what's with all these W's on these hats? It's like we're in Wisconsin or something. Oh, it clicks, doesn't it?
I was wondering. There was so many opes and pops. I didn't know what was going on, and blinked, and all of a sudden I realized I'm in La Crosse at the La Crosse Center.
There it is. Speaking of opes, apparently there was a gentleman, I think it's Charles, something along that gator, but guy from You Betcha and podcast with that old man. I guess he was in town yesterday.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, so.
Well, you betcha. So here we go. Got a hat trick there from John Bonnell. Dan's going to see if he can match one. You can see how there's people that are going to support their friends here. You got the one lady standing on the chair to make sure she gets the best view. Well, second best view. The best view is where you guys are right now watching this live feed. Second best view, that chair.
Well, then there's a gentleman creeping around the curtain, too. You can't forget about him. He's getting a little sneaker peek, too.
Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. Well, see, Rosenberg with the first to leave at an out here. And with where John Bunnell's at, they're going to be able to shoot directly at it. So now if John matches his hat trick with another one, it's going to put an immense amount of pressure on Dan Brinker, which, let's be honest, Dan Brinker right now is struggling. And so, yeah, look at this. John's finally getting his stride in and getting some work done.
Yeah, leaves a 1.59. See if they get a stab at the 1.58 beforehand.
And they'll both be on outs that they can shoot at. And the 1.58 is nice because that is a bull first out in this format. So you can actually shoot right at it. The 1.59, on the other hand, you do have to start at your triples.
Yeah, you can go bull 57, 51, or 51, 57, however you want to go about this, but you're getting a look.
2 trip 18s. No, he did do
Told
the 57, 51.
I like the downstairs, and he almost achieved it. Rest of Club Ritz was calling for it.
Ralph
Got joining us in the chat. Another Wisconsinite.
Hey, where you at, David?
Yeah.
Want to hang out and talk more video games with you. I know he's playing some Stray right now.
Oh. Don't
It's
know
a
what
game
that is. So
It's a game about a cat in a post-apocalyptic world.
Oh,
It's a good game.
Okay. Gamer talk. Woohoo.
Yeah. Hey, you do sports ball, I do gamer. We'll meet in the middle somewhere.
1.59, not going to go here for Bunnell, but take it on down. That's what he does. Leaves the trip 13.
Yeah, going down in an earlier round. John does find it there to leave 39 and has a double freeze for Ralph and Dan on the other side here. Leaves himself at 60, so he's going to trust that Ralph can bring it down to give him a shot if they get a shot. Jeff with 54 able to throw right at it. Now needs to go for 3 to bowl.
That's exactly what he does, and gets it 2-2 here.
And they're starting to get a little heated up. They couldn't be lax this long, as now the best stuff is heading out in front of us. Wipe the sweat off your brow, ladies and gentlemen. This is more good action to come. George to start us off.
Yeah, George walked around the corner for us, and I was just like messing with him. Hey, you want to play a little bit? He's like, man, I know. I was like, dude, you got a 2-1 lead. Well, now he's going to have to go to work here. But I have a feeling he's going to get one right here. Saw a little 114. Calling for the hat, but that's quite all right.
Again, it's about the low tons right now. When we get out of the round robin, when we get into our coverage tomorrow, it's going to be...
All righty, there we go. Sorry for the yell in the background. We want to make sure that we didn't get no naughty words in the background. We already kind of talked with WAMO about where we're going to set up next year for here, and we're going to have our own little, they call it the dressing room. We'll have a nice little closet to hunker down in and be away from all the madness or chaos.
Tell them the truth, Will. You're big enough and famous enough that you're getting your own dressing room now. Just say it as it is.
Get out of here, my man. No, it's maybe it will allow us an opportunity to actually put on pretty good production here without maybe having to mute the mics and have some interference with maybe some employees running in and out, or maybe another event or two running through the freight elevator.
I will say, out of all the events, the wedding was the most interesting.
The wedding was. Actually, funny fact, Ryan Sofa is out in our area playing. There's a wedding upstairs, and this gentleman, they all came in through the door, and one of the guys a part of the wedding party goes, "You guys are live streamers for USA Darts?" We say, "Yeah." "Dude, I watch you guys all the time." So he's not even participating in the event. He's at a wedding. And said, "Yeah, my boy Ryan Sofas should be playing in there somewhere." He's like, "See him right now."
If that's not a testament to how big darts is in Wisconsin, you might not even be a player, but you know a player.
Exactly. Nah, it's crazy to see just how big this game is here and how big it's developing into. Because it really is, man. It really is growing here in North America.
Well, Rick does recover after that first dart, kind of hanging in that 5, able to place those darts underneath it, which is going to be something that's more tactful and skillful than a lot of people kind of give it credit for, is moving around your darts in an effective manner. He did so there. All these guys pretty neck and neck here in this leg for leg number 5.
Subtle drop there from George, and then goes high with the next. Rush that off. He's going to have to be big in the next round, George.
You can see Jeff has a pretty traditional throw. The thing that he does, he has a little hop, right? Because he doesn't have that completely elongated follow through. When he has that release point there, that's when he gives that hop to let himself know when to release. Can potentially add some inconsistencies, but also the rest of his stroke with his pullback setup and release is really clean.
I think it's a terrible stroke, honestly. It's a lefty. Just kidding.
I was like, wow, that was kind of brutal. Now, Ralph there, his dart stroke is very much one of those idealistic, clear stopping point, pull back, follow right through. It's about as plain and simple as you get. The hat trick there is these guys are all heating up right now. This is not the one bull around 22, 25 points per dart. This is really what we expect to see out of these guys. Consistent low tons, hat tricks, high scoring, and setups. George just needs to make sure he gets in range to set up Ralph on the 144. And that will help a lot. Getting himself down to 127 as well. Resenberg cannot freeze Ralph here.
Jeff looking for a bull. Doesn't find it. Unfortunate round for him. So Ralph for the 144. What's your look here, man?
Bull trip 18 to double top.
There you go. You're seeing it here. Trip 18.
One left in the prediction. Double top.
And what a checkout there for Ralph.
Rookies are playing like veterans now. Here we go. Look at that little look back and pump up there.
A second too early. We got somebody walk by and just laughed at us there for our call. They're just giggling at us.
Listen, sometimes when you're talking about darts, you know, there's a lot of talk of shafts and strokes, and one thing leads to another, and that's why we're here to stay focused as professionals. Speaking of professionals, Bunnell there, 150 opener. These guys are really starting to catch a streak now. Craig getting a moment, loosening that arm there, giving a little crank in the shoulder. There's 2 legs left in this one. And this one might be coming down to the wire. Again, since it's a play-all format here, it doesn't matter if Rookies wins this one. As far as like a match play, it's over situation, no. It matters for both teams how well they perform all the way through here, given their spots in previous pods and everything else. Because of that 5-round format, you never know who's going to do what Auggies did and really go on a tear. It could happen to any team at any point. Certain teams will do better against certain ones, so different players will be on fire at different times. John there does get 2 more bulls. He's a little frustrated he wanted to follow with another hat, but that's more than enough there. Hat trick into a 108. He's on a little bit of a breakaway here. Yeah, Dan now setting back 115 points. Are we getting a live stream of the live stream? Oh no, it's a selfie of the live stream situation. You can see Craig now continuing to do what John started with, finding a hat trick of his own there, and getting some momentum going for those boys over there at Club Ritz, as this is looking to be 3-all.
Looking for a diamond in the rough. So 104 for George. You're welcome.
Wow, you really did a Nick on that one. That was awesome.
You're pulling out the tricks for Nick here. Bunnell just putting in 2 nice doubles to leave 127. I think he's definitely getting a stab at that next go around.
Yeah, or maybe even a crack at it, a Ritz cracker at it. No, there was Club Ritz.
All right, too much.
That was too much. Yeah,
too much.
All right, we're
2 different crackers there, my man.
Yeah, we got to be careful. We're gonna go ahead and switch that back off. I'm gonna go back to being the serious one, and you go to the puns.
There we go.
Okay. All right, Craig here. Hat trick in his last go. Gonna continue to follow along. Does get the double on the last start there to keep himself within range, and I mean John at this point is looking likely to potentially have 6 or more if George Diamond doesn't get some bulls going here. Yeah, that's between the trip 20 and the bull. He is not happy. There's something going on with his release at the moment. He's releasing pretty early into his throw there. So yeah, John will get a look at 127 now. Not gonna be able to take it, but no immediate pressure. He'll get at least 3 more. So Dan and George trying to lead themselves out. 173, no good there. So it's up to George Diamond to help the rookies team get there by setting himself up. Craig, on the other hand, is just saying, hey, I just need to make sure I freeze them out over there. Give John as many darts as he wants at the 73. And there we go. So they do adjust it real quick. That 112 is massive. Massive situation now.
George can't really do much of anything but just hope for a hat trick and a miss from either Bunnell or Craig here, really.
Yeah, exactly. All George can do is get himself down to an out and then have Dan set it up so he's not frozen. But that might not matter if John takes this. Not going to, but a combined score of 82. So really, Dan here needs to get, I'm going to say, if he hits anything less than a 150, it's not going to be enough. So yeah, it's 67 here. 82 is where the other team is at. Meaning 15 points. As long as Craig gets at least 15 points and doesn't bust, George will not get a look.
And that is unfortunate.
Needs to be careful.
That's a pretty significant drop for Craig, honestly.
It is. He's not happy about it.
Yeah, you can see that pull there.
But he didn't bust it, so George won't get a shot here.
Exactly. You did kind of halt the other team here. Just looking to set it up. Leaves that 14. John for double four.
Finds it there.
3-3 scoreline as we head into our last leg of this round robin match here. Entertaining. Glad we chose this one.
Yeah, I mean, part of the logic that tournament staff said they had when picking this pod was the fact that this is going to be some of the grittier darts of D1. This is going to be the ones where all the teams are going to be around the same level, and at this point, feeling around the same levels of pressure, this has been a riveting one so far. No real breakaway here. Down in the dirt-style darts, all four players will play, 2 per score line. Here we go, Rookies Pub, Club Ritz. Who do you got? Who you thinking? Let us know in chat, as we're happy to be right alongside with you, figuring this out as it goes. Jeff getting there in the second and the third. Hitting some good scoring power to start it off there. And with the way John Bunnell has caught some rhythm now, this could be scary, as that is a good start there for the Ritz team.
You can see that 701 change here adds an interesting fact, especially with all members playing. That is the real factor here, because that'll mess with you. As you saw George there, I believe he thought that it was his turn instead of George's time, and he saw George and quickly
He's like, that's
took a
enough,
step back.
right?
Yeah.
That's enough.
Yeah, it definitely adds a wrinkle in this. Like I said, I'm a rhythm thrower. It would throw me off.
Oh, that's exactly why. You know, that's why they call me Nick, right? Instead of Dominic in darts. Having 2 Dominics on the team had me and my dad throwing out of order too much. Fun fact, that's why they call me Nick to this day, just because of darts.
Oh, we just call you Young Buck.
That's fair.
Short.
Well, shout out to Old Buck. It's my dad's birthday tomorrow.
Hey, there you go. Give him
Turning
a
like
shout
71
out.
or 77 or something like that.
102. One of the two.
Yeah, there we go.
One of the two. Oh, unfortunate round for George there.
With Ritz hitting a low ton at every attempt so far, if they keep that up, that is what we've been talking about. It's that consistency that's going to be the most important today. Not getting mad at yourself because you're not hitting explosive darts. You're not throwing that many darts. The matter is that you're throwing impactful, consistent darts. But Craig there.
Yeah, well, I didn't know he threw it. Had an extra dart in his hand. I didn't realize
honestly,
that.
That took me for a loop there because I saw the dart play. I'm like, wait, but he already threw the dart.
What? All right, Porky.
Porky does, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I guess we just never really realized that. Kind of crazy that we didn't call that one out before, considering we've seen him a couple times already.
I wonder if, I mean, it just sometimes blends in. Porky, it's easier to tell because he likes to throw different colored flights. Gary's saying, I love the darts. Well, we do too, Gary. We do too. Well, that A score line for Club Ritz still pulling out ahead by a 60-point difference at the moment. And Dan finally coming alive. He's like, thank you. As his last couple attempts he has been struggling to produce, finally capitalizes at a great moment to do so.
And John Bunnell with a nice hat there.
That was quick and convincing.
Yes, it was.
There was no hesitation. That was pure rhythm at the moment.
Great darts there from him.
Yeah, these teams are starting to get a little bit more in form as this progresses, and that will continue to be the case for a lot of these guys. Between just getting some more reps in, getting used to playing that team format, and getting some aiming fluid down the pipes. These guys are going to be throwing arrows nice and straight as it continues to go on. Rick fighting another low ton there, keeping it consistent on that score line. Now 140 point difference in those A scores. Meaning that that B score line for the Club Ritz stays in a line, they're going to have at least a decent shot at a low out here if things continue the way they're going. And that's a huge opportunity for Craig to capitalize on. Gonna take a moment here. See, now that we saw it on stream, it makes more sense for the 4 flights there. Hitting a hat trick to recover there, and he almost looks frustrated that he hit. He's like, why didn't I do that before? But you did it now at a very crucial time. Finding the 150 there. Ralph now forced to just hit what he can. As Jeff will be able to set up from 275. Let's see how nicely he sets it up though. He went for the bull to leave a 169. It wouldn't have been an out, but at this point he's just trying to make sure to keep up with that power scoring.
He likes being by me, that's why. Yep. Dan looking for another bull, gets it, 276. Little shootout here for this one as Bunnell can really put himself down to a nice number. 150 leaves that 107.
His partner put Craig up to a nice finish. It's always like tricky seeing those 2 players per score here,
Yep.
right? In that split format. But 155 means that no matter what, Ritz will get the first look. You can go bull first here in this master out format. Oh, George needs to switch. Oh, no, sorry, that was bad math for me. He did not need to switch. 162 is a leave. So Diamond does find it there. Club Ritz is just really coming alive at the moment. Big fist pump from John back there.
George, unfortunately, just really not finding his darts here the last couple goes, but there's a ton plus. Just gotta feel like, I don't know, Craig could take us out here.
Yeah, and even if he doesn't take it out, I mean, the odds are that Diamond's the A score line for rookies is going to be frozen, meaning that there's going to be 6 starts now for the mat. Well,
yeah.
For this last leg here.
Yeah, exactly, for this last leg, and really at 50. We'll see. Craig, well, this gentleman, he just takes his time setting up here. Make sure he's ready to rock.
Had a clear game plan in mind. Said, I'll go ahead and take a look at it, but if it doesn't connect, I'm going right back to those bulls. Doesn't matter what it falls into.
Once again, we want to thank you folks for joining us here on our Facebook and YouTube pages. Make sure to give us a like and a follow. If you have not, subscribe to our YouTube. Lots of quality stuff coming your way, including some interviews here in a minute.
Yeah, there we go. Well, Ralph there with a 117 leaves himself at 45. So going to have that Dan bring down to the scoreline if they get a shot. Jeff finds it on the second there, hitting that trip 16 to take that one there.
You got to feel like maybe Rookie's Pub is going to feel like let that one go there. They were up 2-0. And the Club Ritz stomped back to win the match. So we're going to head on over to board, well, number 231 as we've got this match still in progress. We don't know a score line right now, but we'll get one for you in just a second. We're going to make sure that our board view is okay because somebody kicked our tripod earlier. Should be good to go now. There we go.
Yeah, this is going to be the 6th game here. So they got one more leg after this one. We're not sure the exact score at the moment, like Will said, but we do know we're going to be seeing some great darts on this. Sean finding that 108. Of course, we did see Auggies bull shooters earlier, and Auggies played a 6-1 performance to start off that. On the other hand here, this is Burke's Precision Builders that we're taking a look at here. Burke's Precision Builders consisting of Dan Lindberg, Jake Tisnick, John Lindberg, and Shane Coker. Kevin Schmitz, the Rabbit, stepping up here as he is digging his way in his rabbit hole. So this is a 4-1 match with Auggies in the potential lead. We're going to get the exact total here in a second. So I do appreciate your guys' patience with us. Yeah, so it looks like Auggies bullshooters up 4-1 after that 6-1 win earlier. Meaning that right now they're up 10 legs in this pod, which is a massive amount in the 14 games that will be played in total. Up 10, can potentially be up 12 legs there. They've only dropped 2. Super impressive stuff. And Sean there finding a hat trick.
Well, Tiz. No, this is Lindbergh. Sorry. Tiz is Jake. Actually, that's the individual who said, I hopped out there and I thought he was listening to us. He said 4-1. And I said, what? He goes, that's what you're wanting, right? The score line? I said, yeah. How did you know that one?
Maybe we just wanted to talk to you and say hi. Who knows?
Yep, yep. Miss Barton joining us from Oklahoma. Hey, Miss Barton, how you doing?
Great hat trick there from Kevin Schmitz to leave himself 180 on the next go.
I guess I shouldn't call her Miss. She's, I believe she's 16, maybe 17. Can't remember the proper age there. Maybe younger than that. But she says, where's this at? This is in La Crosse, Wisconsin. This is WAMO State Dart Tournament. This is the largest state dart tournament in the country. So 280 boards. Lots of teams playing in this one as we've got 24 Division I teams. And some of those lower divisions have like
a lot more.
7 or 8 brackets of 6. So that's just incredible.
Oh, look at this stuff right now going on. Everyone really hitting hundreds plus every single go here. 132, can it go? So that was actually, on his last start there, he decides to stay in the bull. If he hit the trip 20 instead of the bull, it would have froze. So if Kevin does hit this 180, That would be magnificent, as he almost didn't get a shot. He will get one shot for this. And he knows the importance of the situation here.
That
Dart
he
got
does.
away from him, though.
Yep.
Asking, what's the best place you guys have eaten up at in La Crosse, Will? The Pickerman sandwich shop that we went to is honestly really impressive stuff.
I
over
liked
there.
the bodega last night. Also, I like Quick Trip.
Well, Quick Trip's always gonna be good. But the Pickerman sandwich shop was really impressive there. So that would be my pick.
Of course, we got QT in my neck of the woods. Good old our Quick Trip, but man, I gotta tell you, the Quick Trip here is just something to it. It's got that little down home feel to it. Got your little market area.
It is. It is.
Got
and
your delicious eats. I tore up some taco dip the other night. Not gonna lie.
well, Sean cannot take out 109 here. All he can do is set it up.
Who's it? Who is it?
John was looking for 12, double 6, or trip 4. Goes into double 13 though.
It's lost on how that one happened.
He has hit the board in a funny way. So now Kevin with a look at 79. I don't know if Kevin thought he was going to get another shot, so the fact that he has this has to make him feel ecstatic.
See him kind of setting in, giving himself
Goes for the split.
the opportunity, and that proves to be a good split as he takes it and makes this a 5-1 match. And man, you got to think this Bull Shooters team is definitely locked in for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, you've dropped 2 legs so far in the 13 games you've played.
That's just insane.
It is, it is. I mean, they are really finding their form right now, and that is a good position for them to be in. Jed Neal, gonna get us going here.
I'm just getting you seeing it.
He says that's where you're supposed to go. To a second dart there he was talking to.
The game's now moved to that 7:01, as you can see there.
Ralph Glenn's,
All 4 players playing.
Ralph Glenn's, which just played the last match, just commented in chat, saying, just didn't have it in us last game. Good match.
Yeah, I mean, it was. And Ralph, you had a fantastic check out there. Let's not forget that one, if I'm not mistaken. But it is what it is. That's why it's a round robin. You got plenty of time here. Well, 3 rounds, as we're just about to enter our round 3 here in just a moment. Pretty much right on time. We imagine we'll probably be streaming till about 10:30 this evening. By the time our round robin coverage concludes, we'll see.
Yeah, somewhere around there. It really depends on what teams start really catching those hot streaks. It's all up to if the team goes on a roll, these games can be blink of an eye quick. But right now, I mean, this is a little bit more gritty. This is a little bit more your slower paced, getting deliberate darts thrown type situations.
Shane looking for 671. 119 for him. As Burks tries to get another leg on the board here. Ryan, you can see that look on his face as he knows that was a unfortunate go. Could have been an opportunity to stomp your foot in the ground.
Yeah, it's funny. Ryan Zova's like, man, I'm struggling. I need to pick up my game here. But his team has really just been pulling through so much that what he is giving them has been enough.
That's where you guys are hiding out.
So Jed Neal, going to see if he can continue the momentum, hitting those low tons and hat tricks so consistently today so far. And not happy with that go around there, but 83 points means that Jake has to hit a hat trick here, or at least 2 bulls and a good fallout to catch back up. Yeah, so this is going to be the pod that we're going to be covering today with the Rookies Pub, Burke's Precision Builders, Club Ritz, Foundry 45, Auggies Bullshooters, and Not So Haggard. Any of the other teams, we're going to see them tomorrow for the ones that will advance on. So I know a lot of people are asking about like the Milwaukee Monsters and Black Saddle. I promise you, there's a good chance that those teams will be moving on, and we'll get the chance to see them there, right? So we want to give a chance to still stay in that Division 1, but seeing some of the other aspects and some of the other stories that are being told in this storyline.
Oh, man. We got Garrett and Filthy behind us just literally going at it as we're on the mic. Like
well, I said
a
Milwaukee
married couple.
Monsters and made a mistake of bringing them up on the live feed.
Yeah. Got all of them finally?
Garrett and Phil come in going at it, and Steve comes up showing pictures of baby birds. Like the levels of range in that team is something else, let me tell you.
Oh, my goodness. That camaraderie is something else, too. As we definitely I walked up and I was like, before they started their round, and I was like, so how's it going, boys? And so, Phil goes, I'm the 4-man again. Gonna go well.
He said, as Filthy put it, it's a good thing we won last year, so that way I don't have to worry about getting kicked off the team for this year.
Blaine says, I know you don't decide on what matches you streamed. Oh, well, sorry, man. I was focusing on Porky and stuff. My bad.
No, you're okay. You're
My
okay.
bad. Yeah, because that was an interesting one. But yeah, anyway, we haven't seen Scuba Steve, man.
That's the
kinda,
only
that's
guy. We ran into him in the hall, but we haven't seen him on the stream, and that's very strange because he's way better looking than John Pilgrim.
Don't say that. They're all good-looking fellas. If you caught yesterday's stream, moment with Matt Graff and Garrett Rakowski was interesting. As Matt went from a standing to a sitting position in like 2.2 seconds, if that, maybe a second.
So
as
cool.
I felt bad for his knees there.
It was definitely something that was funny that happened on stream.
Oh, yeah, Chad's asking him what was the ruckus last night that got everyone's attention. So, funny story. Apparently one of the legs of the chairs of the table gave way as someone tried to sit on it. So
someone said, should I sit on this? The person said, that doesn't look stable. And he says, it looks fine to me, and then fell. But no injuries happened. It was all just something to kind of laugh about after. Thankfully, everyone was okay. And Jed and Neil more than okay, hitting that 150 to leave 170.
We definitely had some nervous moments there as we thought we were in for an ambulance call, but all good here.
Yeah, the only heart attacks happening will be on the line here to see who moves on to the next rounds.
You got a question, and it's always good to remind people about this, although you know, you got a lot of viewers that have been watching for a long time, but we do have some new viewers that may be unfamiliar with the format. So you got a question about why are they not going for the Trip 20? Well, the reason why is that whole bull segment is worth 50, even the single bull. It's a fat bull format here, which we'd like to see either a double in, double out with the fat bull or a split bull format in these upper levels, but it's what we've been given.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that's why you're not seeing that. It's easier target for the bull. It's a smaller target on that Trip 20.
Well, let's be honest here. Well, we talk about how the game's been improving, right? We talk about how the standards gotten higher. Well, you're going to see a lot of these fat bull formats start to have to change a little bit to accommodate the fact that the talent just is able to hit it too consistently.
And that's the thing is, you know, here 5 years ago, everything was fat bull. Well, maybe a little bit farther than that. Well,
no, you're about right.
Yeah, about right.
I would say you're about right there.
So yeah.
Things are always changing and evolving here. Well, Shane here, 225. We're going to see if he can set up. He's going to leave it out, but not going to be happy with that position. And there's a serious danger if Ryan can hit well to set up some freezes. Ryan wants one more. He does get one more. Didn't count it as such, but
Yeah, you're going to have to back that one up. John Lindbergh shaking that one off. He knows that Bull Shooters is set up here to win this another round robin match, 6-1, which is just crazy to say. But this Bull Shooters team could be a dominant force tomorrow. I mean, we'll have to find out, but never know. We got the Milwaukee Monsters, or could be Bull Shooter Saloon. I'm not sure on the team name yet. We'll figure that one out. But Jed Neal does go ahead and take the leg here, as that's a 6-1 win for Bull Shooters once again.
Dropping only 2 legs in 14 games played. They are looking prime going into this round 3 here to stay on top, and they're going to be quick to get right back into the action here. This is some exciting stuff that's kind of going. Okay, some exciting stuff that's been going on here.
Yeah, and we do have an interesting question about quote-unquote real darts. A lot of these individuals are starting to play steel tip and are very good at steel tip.
Yep.
So the thing that you are forgetting here is that there's a lot of money involved on the soft tip side of things here. And by a lot of money, a lot of money. These guys can win $20,000 on a weekend in some events. So that's
absolutely.
the reason why they play this non-real dart game.
It's also it's regional. I mean, there's people like to also, you know, lump America as one, but it is a huge place, bigger than a lot of countries combined.
And also the thing about it that you're forgetting is darts is darts. Whether it's soft tip or steel tip, we're playing the game and we're getting better at it. So we're seeing that on the start to arise in some of our players from Canada and the U.S. going over on the PDC stage and starting to do well. So who knows? Who knows? The game's getting better. We'll be right back with more action here momentarily, folks. Don't go anywhere as we continue our round-robin coverage of the team event next here at WAMO 2023.
Well, hello everyone. I am Nick Dichiria, joined by none other than Travis Wilkinson, a co-director here at WAMO, going on in La Crosse, Wisconsin here. Travis, how are you doing?
Good, really good.
Well, we're excited to be out here to cover what is the biggest state tournament in North America. Can you just tell us how you feel about the number of participants that are going on in here and all the players that have come out for this event?
We get everybody from all over the state. It's a record number this year, and everyone loves La Crosse because there's restaurants, bars, everything. So it's kind of like the perfect time or perfect place for all the people to go.
I mean, it certainly feels like that. I look a little out of places. It's a little wind chill out here, and I'm rocking my normal Florida attire. Yeah, how does it feel? Last year we were in the Dells, and now we're over at the Crosse Center. How do you like the venue this year?
I really like the venue. The Dells is fun, but I kind of like it where it's just cleaner. Everyone loves it better. Like, just the area. I love the area. Like the Dells, it's hard to go anywhere, but this place is just, you can walk anywhere and be anywhere in 5 minutes.
Well, we're certainly excited to be here. Now, you have a little bit of an interesting position because not only are you a co-director for this event, but also on top of that, you're a player yourself. How does it feel to kind of be on two different sides of the coin?
It's interesting because when you're playing, you're still kind of thinking of the bracket running and making sure it's running. But once you do it enough, you get used to it, and it's nice because then you have a bit different perspective on how players would want it and how it should be run, kind of thing. Some people don't play, but they know they run a tournament. They don't see the other side of it.
Well, it certainly gives you some insight here. Can you talk about what are some of the harder parts of running an event like this with so many different players involved and everything?
The toughest part is just making sure everyone's keeping up, the forfeits and everything. This year's our first year we moved to all automatic scoring, which definitely really increased the speed of the tournament. We don't have to worry about paper and finding people with the paper, and so it's definitely been a lot faster this year.
Well, it's certainly going by quickly. You blink and all of a sudden you're a couple days in and everyone seems to be having a great time out there. Now, there's going to be some people that are going to be watching our coverage over on USA Darts here and seeing this, and maybe even some locals that are like, you know what, I need to get back into playing darts. What advice would you give to somebody that wants to get back in after watching this wonderful event take place?
I mean, come and try it. I think you're going to be surprised how different it's been. If you were playing before and now coming back, it's going to be pretty different because with CompuSport and everything, it's just a different animal.
Well, we're certainly excited to see how this beast continues to unfold here at the largest state dart tournament. Of course, I am Nick Dichiria, joined by Travis Wilkinson, and thank you for having the time to chat with me.
Welcome.
All righty, folks. Here we go. Once again, another great matchup as this Club Ritz taking on Not So Haggard, correct? Yep, there we go. So, Not So Haggard we saw in the first match of our stream here in the evening session.
Yeah, it should be interesting, right? I mean, Club Ritz came into form towards the end of their match, but it was honestly a very dicey affair, all things considered. On the other hand here, Not So Haggard, they kind of got demolished by Auggies at the beginning. So the fact is we're going to see how they do in a more even keel scenario.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who comes out on top in this one.
Yeah, don't know the exact scorelines of what happened on their matches that weren't on stream, right? But here's the tale of the tape. Auggies is by far the most dominant team we've seen. The only team we haven't seen on our stream yet is the Foundry 45 team, which we will get a look at some point here.
Yeah, they are just getting underway on their match, so we may kind of dip over to theirs depending on the length of time and see what's going on. We do want to at least feature all these teams.
Exactly the case. Give a moment to shine with all these players. But now that we've seen a little bit from both teams here, let's see, because Ritz honestly played some pretty impressive stuff towards the end of their rookies matchup. We also noticed, by the way, it looks like some different changes in positioning and everything with these players in their order. But yeah, these guys are a lot more loosened up than they were these first two rounds. And I think that's going to be a lot more of these high average, high octane moments now.
Eric stepping in for Haggard. Kind of has that little Kyle Anderson sway at the very beginning there as he has his dart sideways before he gets through.
Yeah, just one of those points that we constantly bring up of doesn't matter how you learned how to throw the dart, it matters how well you're able to do what you learned consistently with the darts. Craig has one of those very mechanical throws, a big bring back, and he does that gunslinger style, right? So he grabs it straight from his hand, pulls that dart out all the way up to his eye line, and then throws as in one smooth, consistent motion, rather than what a lot of these is like what we call the three-point throw, right? You bring your dart up to your eye line, you pull back for a small pause, then you push forward is what your standard textbook throw, as I guess it's commonly referred to. Jeff gonna need to leave an out here to put some pressure on Wilkinson and Dyerson.
Yeah, let's see what Dyerson comes up with.
Oh, that's a little bit troublesome for him at the moment. So he's going to have to just focus on seeing if he can find at least one bowl here and let Sam take over the taking out portion of this.
It's going to be a tough one, but he's got to hit a bowl here. He goes triple 20. That's smart.
It's smart if you hit it.
Yeah. Bad if you don't.
Really bad. But now that means that Sam Wilkinson will have a look at the 174, and if Craig leaves himself an out, which he more than likely will, 174 has to be looked at. You can't just bring it down from there. We're going to see how low Craig gets, though. Craig doesn't hit a lot. You could just go for a setup. It really is dependent on Craig. And oh no, having some troubles. And he's not going to leave it out here. So Sam actually can just tee up this 174, freeze out Jeff, and set up Eric for the outs.
Jeff with that 115 score line, unable to take it out right now, but can take us down to a 15 score line. That's what he's going for. Instead leaves 51. So 224 as Eric looks at 108.
Yeah, Eric needs to take this out. He can't freeze. So all he can do is, oh, I guess 163 is going to go. I don't know what I'm talking about. Don't mind me.
Yes, sir.
I have my moments.
Trip 14. That's all right. It's our fourth day of coverage, my man.
Hey, that's my one freeze out mess up there. I will take that in stride.
Yeah, just a reminder, we have been live since Wednesday evening. And by the way, we just got back from Vegas, too.
So this 163, he's going to need to bring it as low as possible here. Craig needs to make sure Jeff gets a look. One more of those will do him great. Oh, doesn't connect. 44 there. Means that Sam, if he doesn't take it out, needs to get below 16 points. 2 bulls will still do it. Not going to do it now, though. And at 91 means that as long that it's basically guaranteed that even if Jeff misses this, Eric will not get a shot. Trip 13, he's safe to go for it because there's no way to bust it, and finds it there.
So 1-0 score line for Club Ritz in this match. We are keeping an eye on that Burks and Foundry 45 matchup in the background. As we'll kind of keep an update on that score line as well.
So Darth here has a question. How do I know? Does anyone know where I can find info if there's any darts events in the Memphis, Tennessee area? Well, do you have any insight on that one, as that's more of your neck of the woods than mine?
Yeah, Memphis, that's hard. I think you may check with Greater Nashville, and they can lead you in the right direction. Greater Nashville Darting Association, they're pretty active, which I know that's not in Memphis, it's Nashville, but they can probably lead you in more of a direction than I could on that one. But you can check out, if you're looking for steel tip, ADO darts, or darts TOC, see if there's any soft tip boards in that area if that's what you're looking for. But that would be my go-to there.
Fair enough.
Of course, Greater Nashville, they do the Music City Classic. So
yeah, which is always a great event. I know you've covered it in the past and had a great time showing off that one.
got a question about what time will the tomorrow end. It honestly just depends on the brackets. We don't know those brackets yet and how quickly they play, but you know, we'll find out. I think last year we ended at 5 or so, 5 p.m.
Yeah, it's going to be somewhere in the midday. There's just the one session. It's just the finals of the team event that's going to be playing in the morning here. So it'll be a couple hours of coverage.
And we'll kind of see. Do we know how many teams advance?
That I don't know off the top of my head, unfortunately.
So we got a trash truck behind us, it seems like.
Yeah, well, they must have heard our commentary and they're in the right place. Trash. No. Sam Wilkinson there. finding that low ton. 115 scored. But Craig, with that hat to begin with, if you can keep that up, we'll keep adding some pressure on the other side here.
Something we may just have to deal with tonight, I guess, is apparently the crew here has no remorse for us.
They said, we're done with these commentator boys. Get them on out of here. Craig hitting a 105 there, keeping him and Sam Wilkinson tied up basically in position. So it's up to Justin and Rick to see if they can get their scores in line with the rest.
I imagine tomorrow I imagine 2 teams advance, and then we'll get a bracket of 8 tomorrow. It would be what I would think.
Yeah, more than likely. I mean, we'll try our best to get some more information. So Sam here could be the first one to set up the outs. I would be happy if he could. 2 bulls will still even out. I'm going to stay focused on this last one here. Very important dart, well executed, leaving him 170, which is great because, again, that's going to be that bull first out in this master out format. So Craig now needing to make sure he's on out as well to put some pressure on this. Yeah, so only 37 there. That's not going to be happy for Craig to see. With no out for him or Rick. If Justin also leaves an out, that gives them a great advantage to break.
Does find it with the last. Even 217. I am now scouring the books.
My favorite Stuart's in chat. What's going on, Hannah?
Hey.
Your dad has some words to say with me after that, though.
Hey. I'm searching for this.
And Sean
event.
Green's here? What is this? A crossover episode?
In Indiana for the CDC event there. Hope you're doing well, Sean. And oh, then your dad, of course, jumps in
Look
too.
at this. We're getting everybody
Jeez,
here.
We're just getting everybody and then some here in this chat.
So his birthday's tomorrow, and he was. I was like, "So what are you doing?" He's like, "I have so much going all the time." I said, "Nothing, and no one talked to me. I'm gonna watch darts and stay at home." So, happy early birthday to you.
And Jade continues to ask how many boards there are. There's 280. We've said that a couple times already for you. But yeah, I mean, 280 boards, 2 sessions to fill these boards up. I mean, rumor has it 5,400 players are assigned for this team event.
That's a lot of
Some
players.
have 6, some have 4, some have 5, maybe an alternate if needed. So that's important to say.
Yeah, I mean, 5,000 players playing in this event. That is why you split it up in these sessions here. And with the fact that we're at the La Crosse Center, I mean, you're in the middle of La Crosse. You can do so much in between events and when you're waiting on your time to play. But there's no waiting in this round-robin style event right now. Rick just focusing on bringing it down, playing with the freeze.
$69 needed for Wilkinson here.
Yeah, the funny number can't go.
Exactly. He's just going to whittle it down, and I would go ahead and it's just difficult darts. That's why. I mean, he's
just
trying to avoid the bust.
Yeah, exactly. If he did bust after that, it is a high risk there, as he wants to make sure Justin can get a shot if Craig doesn't hit the 90. Going to go for that bull 20, or might go for the 20 to the bull route. Could also see the 18s, but yeah, he's going to go bull for 20. Over to double 10. And he does get it there. Good shot there as Club Ritz will get another leg on the board, going up 2 straight here. The inverse of what we saw in their rookies match that they just went on.
It looks like Burke's Precision Bull got that first leg over on the other board. I continue to search for this playoff deal, and I cannot find it in this dang sheet, man.
The rulebook here is massive. But this rulebook doesn't have our faces in it, so not as cool as some other rulebooks I've seen. Good hat trick there from Rick.
I do see the information for next year as just a reminder, this will be back in La Crosse, Wisconsin, May 15th through the 19th. So those are the dates for next year. But I'm just going to continue. Stop searching for this dang thing. I'm just going to go with 2 teams advance.
The fun is in not knowing. Oh, no. He didn't check with the board register before pulling his darts.
I think they're giving it to him. Yep. They're giving it to him.
So now John, going to see if he can match with Rick. I want to try to get as much pressure as possible. And you have to imagine, if you're not so Haggard, I don't know how their other match went, but the one we did see, they only got the 1 leg, right? So that's going to be really important for them to make sure they come out strong here, or else they're going to have a hard time staying in this pod.
Rick a little high with the second, converts with the third. So out to a good advantage here for Rick. But Justin is perfect with the first 3. Oh.
Not able to keep that up, though. So, I mean, honestly, him and Rick are head-to-head, and John is going to try to keep up with Nate. Kind of reversing the roles here.
Yeah, Tim confirming my assumption. 2 teams will advance, 8 in the final in level 1. That's what I assumed. I couldn't imagine them taking 3 teams per, because then that's a 12-team bracket.
That's a big bracket.
That's weird. Yeah, that's a big bracket, especially with it being double elimination format.
Yeah.
So,
and of course, it's not about the size of the bracket; it's how you play in it.
okay.
As you just completely ignored Wes White in chat saying, "What's up, guys? How's it going, Wes? Hope you're doing well." So yeah, Rick just gonna try to work his way and needs to find 2 bulls here, and he's not gonna be able to leave an out if he stayed on the bull. So we'll see how this continues to play out for them.
Apparently it's time for the ice truck to make its way in.
Well, this should be exciting.
Well, plenty of beverages to be had still, so...
And just to
Gotta have
clarify,
ice
we're
to
talking
make it
about a
happen.
literal ice truck, by the way. We're not talking about like a freeze rule joke there. No, there's a literal ice truck.
So they're bringing in bags upon bags of ice here to fill those buckets up. Make sure our darters are
Hydrated.
hydrated and ready to go here this evening.
Yeah, with plenty of aiming fluid going around.
I don't think you folks realize how much like beer trucks it takes to make this event go off without a.
The bartenders were breaking a sweat. Let's just put it like that.
We knew we were in for a treat when Wednesday the doors opened up, and I think by 20 minutes later there was a line the size of Texas for the beverage cart.
And that was just one of several.
Well, Chance dropped below the bull. Good opportunity for Haggard to put one on the board there.
And you know John's going to have to take a look here. Yeah, he's not going to be happy with this go-around, though. And 1, 2, 3 there means that it's guaranteed, basically. Unless Nate busts, that Rick will not get a shot to 63 here. So Nate, even though he doesn't have a shot, as long as he doesn't bust, which he can't now, is going to be fine just because he knows Justin will get at least 3 darts.
You just pop another bull here. That's what he was looking for. Outside to leave 57.
Yeah, leaving 4 there is about all you really can do. Hitting a single 2 doesn't do you much better. He was going for that 15 double 16. You get 1 dart now.
And it's outside of that double 16. Now Bunnell could potentially freeze this up.
Yeah, getting another chance of the steal here. This would be a huge one. Honestly here, there's an argument to go just 2 bulls and guarantee a freeze.
That's what I was about to say. Do you go 19s here or do you just go bulls? I think you
do.
just go bulls.
He needs 1 more.
Big dart.
And it is in the bull. It is in the bull.
Yeah, it is in there. Perfect opportunity for the bull never lies, just to make it funny.
There's a little psych out bull. So combined 20 points there means that Nate can't take out 57 because Justin is sitting at 32. Justin's score is greater than the combined score of the other team, which is why that is in effect. So 57 now can bring it all the way down. Just going to hit the 1 ball. I don't know if I like that here just because of how low the scores are. You might want to bring it all the way down here because you never know. Let's see, though.
Take a shot and get it. The Ritz on the board once again, 3-0.
Yeah, Not So Haggard is going to be in some deep water here now. So Jeff and John representing Ritz with the throw, as that was the second break of throw we have seen. Eric Dyerson stepping up for Not So Haggard. Lax start there from Jeff means that they can really do some work here, but they need to get some momentum in their favor, and they're just struggling to get that energy. Yeah, it looks like it's 2-2 on our other board here. About to be 2-3 for Foundry 45, excuse me. Trying getting that low ton there. As I've always been told, low ton around, get the money. I also like how Burke's Bar and Foundry 45 have similar colored jerseys, so I'm like, how many people are on that team over there? They're playing on our other board, and we're kind of keeping our eye on the background there to give you some updates on the storyline. Yeah, this is the third round of 5 rounds here in this round robin. This is Division 1-3. So the -3 just means that in the team division there is 4 pods. This is the third bracket here, the third pod. Yeah, Eric's just a mile off at the moment. I don't mean that in any kind of way. It's just he knows it too. That's not what he expects to be doing. And he needs to figure it out quick. Or not so Haggard's going to have not so good of a chance of moving on.
In steps John.
And Nate here finding a roll at the moment.
Yeah, good 150 there. Set him up at 242. Kind of get him back in this match here.
Yeah, Nate and John are really leading the ways from that B position. So the roles are going to be reversed now. Jeff and Eric are just going to be focused on it not freezing and forcing a freeze. Vice versa, John and Nate are going to be the ones that are going to have the first looks at and out as they set themselves up well this next go around here. Yeah, it looks like it is in the bowl there. I was going to say, that looks like it was pretty much on point. So, gonna go ahead and correct that real quick. Find that 115 scored there. Good shot is now Eric and Jeff's scores are basically in line as with John and Nate's. John and Nate just set off running here. Let's see who sets up first.
John can connect with another one. He leaves the 136. Yeah, love a good 136 myself.
Funnels it in.
The pun machine, Nick Dichiria at it again.
Oh, but Nate's gonna be right behind.
Oh, could have been somebody, Nate. That's quite a right though. 131 to leave. It's just sometimes it's just a chess match for this one.
It certainly is. It certainly is.
Especially when it comes to freeze, man. It's just like literally, it's a chess match. It's crazy.
Yeah. How often do you have game darts where you're not going to actually shoot the game darts because you're just going to say, you know what, my partner can do it, and set up for a freeze instead? It's an interesting format to watch. Eric needs to find a bull here. 162 does leave it out. He's just double checking the math in his head. Could switch to a triple if he feels blocked though. And he does leave a 152, which is an even better out the 162, because that's a bull first approach. But John here to go first on taking it out. This would give a 4-0 advantage for Club Ritz. That's still a great setup there. Puts a lot of pressure on Nate Hag to know that he has to hit this. If not, it's going to be a lot of freezing again going on for both teams potentially, as they're all neck and neck at the moment. And not going to be able to take it, so he's going to try to set up just like John did. Oh, he's going to do exactly the same. Fall out and find 2 bulls. Oh, he went down though.
Yeah,
I don't agree with that. I know bull to leave 21 is not ideal normally, right? But
I think he may try to go for it and just dropped to short is what it looked like to me. But
maybe.
But then again, we could be seeing things at this point.
It doesn't even matter if Jeff does this.
Doesn't even matter. Big hit from Jeff as he hits the hat to win it.
4-0.
Wow.
Lead it for Club Ritz.
My goodness. That's a big hit there from Jeff, as it makes it hurt for Haggard just a little bit more, as they know they cannot win this match now.
Exactly. Right now, to put it bluntly, this is their 3rd match. We don't know the results of the match that was on the stream, but so far they've only had the 1 leg on the board here for our stream board. They need to catch the momentum before it's too late, as there's only 2 rounds left after this. They're basically, right now, this is the halfway point in this round robin. This is where you can either turn it around or continue down the path you're already on. Like riding a bike, Rick is hitting those bulls. Last one there kind of got away, but it was a well-thrown dart, and Rick has been probably, I would say right now, for Club Ritz, one of the most consistent players. Every time he goes up, he has pretty much consistently found a low ton. When he hits 1 bull in 1 round, he'll follow with a hat trick in the next, consistently staying at around that 33 average.
See if Jeff can come back in and hit another good number. To just hitting that nice 150 check, you'd think he'd have some confidence here. Fortunately, it's just a 68, but I don't know, there's still time. That chess match will get you. Although it's a 109, Eric still kind of gives the old brush off there. As Foundry 45's on the board in that other match. They get that leg there. Looks like it's 2-2 in that matchup now.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So 2-2. We may watch this match and then head on over to there.
Yeah.
This last leg. See what that going on over there. We don't want to miss in the middle, but we want to give Foundry 45 a little love.
Yeah. I know next round Foundry 45 is also playing Auggies, which would be a good one to see as well. So a couple of great options here, but of course that's because we want to spend some time hanging around our pod, figuring out what's going on, and seeing some great darts from these guys. That one is in the bowl there for Jeff. Oh, let's make sure he notices. Yeah, he did notice. He immediately went for the button there. So going to go ahead and back that up as he does find a hat trick there. A great shot.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda, right?
Exactly the case.
Alrighty.
Well, Ritz still out in front. 165 is an out for Jeff. If Rick can hit a low ton like he has been every single time, this is going to be dangerous as they might go up to that 5-0 territory here. Needing at least one more bowl or a good fallout and finding it. Yeah, so we're going to see 6 starts for outs now for Ritz. Justin does leave himself one, but they have to survive this onslaught that Jeff and Rick can bring on.
Yeah, and Jeff, for a possible another big hit, he could go trip 20 if he wants to, but will he? He could just go bull and kind of force another big freeze.
As he keeps chucking away here.
Yep. I think that's a smart move to make.
I think there's nothing wrong with that. You don't need to go for anything complicated. You have the advantage.
You could go for the out, but why do it when you could pretty much guarantee another leg on the board?
And Rick has a great one. At 129, that bull to 19 leaves a trip 20. If you hit the trip 19, don't even have to worry about hitting a trip on your last start there. So in either case, he's going to be happy with his partner's position, on top of the fact that there's multiple good fallouts there. So Rick with the 129. That wasn't one of the fallouts he wanted to see there.
Not the ideal look, but a bull would leave.
The bull would have froze.
That's the thing. 94 remaining now.
Yeah, so we are going to see a look now.
Bull 48 for the win.
This will be
get on the board.
And not going to happen.
Just continues to be a touch outside. Really difficult darts here for Haggard.
Well, that last start there means that if Jeff misses this, Eric Dyerson is guaranteed to get a shot at the 143. But Jeff for bull.
All right, and the double is Club Ritz puts another one on the board. Well, we're going to do this one and head on over to this board and give some love to Burks and Foundry 45. So we'll make that adjustment here as we will pull up our scoreboard and dartboard here. Foundry 45 stepping in. This is a 2-2 match here. And this one.
Yeah, that's going to be for Foundry 45, representing Mid-State Amusement Games. It's going to be Eric Block, Jim Brugger, Luke Schwitzer, and Matt Hartman. Yeah, Ritz was doing the blitz, Ryan. I absolutely agree with you. That 5-0 situation there is not one that not so Haggard wants to be in, especially after that 6-1 loss to Auggies early on here. So they will still be playing out those last 2 legs over there. But we want to go ahead and show this for not only because we haven't seen the Foundry 45, the only other team we have not seen in this pod yet, but also on top of that, want to give some highlights to some of the other players here and really share the love as much as we can through this great group here.
Yeah, we've already seen a couple matches from Ritz. We've already seen a couple matches from Not So Haggard. So here we go. First look at Foundry 45 and another look at Burke's Precision Builders. Just a reminder, there is like 14 other levels going on too that we're not featuring. So I want to give a little bit of love to those folks out in the arena, the South Hall, or the North Hall that are hanging in there for this team event.
Absolutely. As my real favorite Stuart joins the chat, Gordon Stewart, what's going on? Don't tell Hannah.
Pops tuning in. How's it going, Dad? Thanks for joining us.
Harborview with the 168. Gonna just focus on setting it up here, letting his partner take out the 111 on the next go around. And that's a great 1 of 50 there for Foundry 45.
Are you laughing at the inside joke from the Floridian there?
I'm just laughing at the fact that he said lots of cargo shorts. I looked up and I saw 4 people wearing cargo shorts.
Yeah, but at the same time, what the heck do you guys wear in Florida?
What do you mean?
Speedos and that's it, right?
I'm a big believer of my calves are too beautiful to be seen by the public. So jeans and dress pants for me. Going to give me a good job, Nick. Thanks, Dad.
I don't know about that. Come on now, don't get him big-headed.
Well, Eric, 11 for Bull now. Oh, he's going to get a look.
Just barely. Just barely, but
sneaks it in.
Works. It was a 2-0 score line for Burke's Builders. Now it's 3-2. Foundry 45.
Yeah, going into leg number 6 here. Luke Switzer. Oh man, I'm sorry.
Alrighty, Luke.
Luke stepping up there as I stumbled over my own words.
Day 4.
Day 4 after only a small reprieve from NDA.
Yes.
It is starting to show. I already wasn't really good at this job to start with, so.
Well, here we go with John Lindbergh and Jake Tiznick as these two were doubles partners. So it's only fitting that they team up for this one here. So it looks like we got a good little kick of our board there. Or just.
Yeah, with the team event, there's so many players that are around that area. It's one of those things too where if you're in your head, trying to get away and calm down without also looking like you're not being present for your team is something that some players really do struggle with. So Luke and John just keeping neck and neck at this open here. Jim Brugger, we did see a few times on our stream throughout this week. Very unique setup there for Jim, as when he pulls that back, right, and you see him grab that dart, he puts it basically almost to his eyebrow and then moves his arm up across his head a little bit, then follows through. Very unique throw from him there.
This weekend here, you're going to see lots of different actions. Smooth, jolty, as I'm going to go out there and make sure they know, hey, there's a camera there.
Good shot there from Luke, finding that 150. As Will's going to go out there and be so mean. He's going to yell. He's going to scream. See, he's doing his dad walk over there. Now that's a great question there, Matt. Matt says, is it because soft tip darts are so light that the player's throw seems to be different? The sooner release the darts so high up early and move forward. Well, I mean, that's going to be a big factor there. Is not necessarily that soft tip darts are light. It's not the weight of the dart that is a factor. The factor that you're going to more commonly see is that the board's a little bit more forgiving, and position of how your dart lays in the board is almost irrelevant. The darts are going to lay almost straight on or a slight lean every single time, right? So you don't have to have that more sort of getting the dart straight in follow through. Rather, you can focus on getting that nice arch and throwing it in lighter. That's why you're going to see some of these earlier releases on a lot of these dart players.
Luke needing to find a couple bulls here and try to make this a 4-2 match and win this round robin round. Jim, 239.
Yeah, if he can continue to bring it down here with Jake's position, they're going to likely be able to freeze out John by the time he does get to an out if Jake Tisnick doesn't bring it up here. That'll do, right?
That's a good shot from Jake there. Good shot indeed.
Well, Luke there leaving 105, putting his team in great position now. As really, I mean, they can almost guarantee to freeze John on his go-round if they don't take it out themselves.
Yeah.
From this position. I mean, this is a good spot for them to be in.
Did you answer the snatching remark?
Yeah, well, that was the continuation of what we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
We were talking about how the fact that he was asking, why do people in soft tip release so early in some of their darts and not have as much of a disciplined follow through? It's because the angle of the dart and the board does not make a big of a difference. And so the fact is that you can release earlier and not have to worry about having a very harsh or awkward angle on your dart. Yeah. You just need to connect to the segment.
I was going to say, there's definitely snatches prominent in every,
no
matter what. Well, Jim and Foundry 45 with another one on the board as it's 4-2. And they almost smuggle this one away from the Burks Builders.
And we're going down to our last leg here where all 4 players will play, 2 players on each score here. Dan Lindbergh to start us off. Good open on that 118. Scoring ever so important here. John just going to take a moment to get really focused in on this one. I mean, this is ever so important. Every league matters, especially these closer ones where it might come down to a 1 league difference.
Well, especially with the likes of like bull shooters doing what they did, and then you had the big win from who is it, Club Ritz?
Yeah, Club Ritz was on a tear and is still on a tear as they're just hitting their last leg now. And then, yeah, Club Ritz being on a tear, Auggies bull shooter being on a tear. I mean, you know that every game matters.
Oh, okay, so he says, look, what I'm saying is I just looked up Stephen Bunting's darts, and he throws 12 grams. Crazy. Yeah, I mean, you definitely see a lighter dart more prominent in soft tip than steel tip. Usually around 21 to 23 grams is probably your steel tip average for weight. Soft tip probably 18 grams, I would imagine. 16
to 18, so you're going to find that 17 range. Most boards having a 20-gram limit on barrel weights.
Now, we have seen individuals such as Ram Guevara Jr., who prefers like a 9-gram dart. Now he throws a 13-gram dart, I think.
And so Porky throwing that 12.5-gram dart
there. Yeah, Porky throws those brassy darts, so throws 12.5.
So at the end of the day, Matt, I mean, the moral of the story is it doesn't matter the equipment, it matters your consistency and how you use said equipment. We'll see what Jim does with the situation.
Well, even a 150 puts you one behind Jake. So
The A score line there for the Burks team is going to be something to look out for because they are just in a firm spot right now. And they really want this leg. I mean, to make it 4-3 here would help them out greatly. I know it's darts, but you think less fatigue with lighter darts? Some players say that's the case. I personally don't believe that there's going to be that much of a difference. Yes, you're doing an action thousands of times, so lightweight versus heavier weight will have slight differences, but also your body will naturally kind of adjust and be used to throwing those darts regardless of the weight. I don't think that has too much of a difference in fatigue.
good shot there from Eric. Pops that hat trick to leave 3-6-1. John's really going to have to do a number here to help out Dan. Same could be said for Luke in regards to Eric. Good shots there from John. Tightening up those averages between the second and third player.
I think Foundry 45 and Brick's precision builders here are showing that they are some of the more consistent teams, but they don't. But we've also seen some of the explosiveness from other teams like Auggies bull shooters, Club Ritz as well.
Here's a good one. I know that's darts, but you think less fatigue with a lighter dart. You already answered this, correct?
Yeah, no worries.
So no, I'm just saying that I had a factoid about that.
do you?
Ryan Mooningham has a little tidbit about this. He starts off with 18-gram darts, then he goes to 21, then he goes to a heavier dart because he thinks it helps him. So he'll start off the A or his tournament with 18-gram darts, then he'll move to a heavier barrel for day 2. Day 3, he has a 25-gram dart, and the reason why is that 25-gram just kind of floats out of your hand, it seems, and just kind of
Interesting.
you don't have to do much to get it to the board, it feels like.
Very interesting.
Where a lightweight dart, you do have to give it a little chuck. It's not easy to get to the board, so.
No, I mean that is a great point about it. It's one of those things where I think everyone just has their preference on the matter. For me, I throw very heavy darts in steel. As for a long time, I was throwing 26 grams, and I throw for a long time 18 grams in soft tip. And for me, I didn't notice the difference in all-day events, but that's because I usually go 2 and out in steel, anyways.
Well, here's I may get abused for this one because if we have any Europeans in the chat, they're not going to like this. But I think we have more stamina than they do overseas when it comes to darts, just because of how our tournament weekends are played out. It's non-stop action, numerous events, where overseas it's maybe 1 or 2 events a day. Here, it's, a morning session and a PM session, so that really doesn't apply, but most of our weekend events are that way, correct?
On top of double and even now triple elimination being pretty popular over here, meaning those brackets would naturally run longer, you're going to get more darts, more quote-unquote bang for your buck.
And want to know how I know that one? Because I talked to Danny Baggish about it, because Baggish said he had to get used to the long weekends again after being on the PDC for so long, because you just don't have that stamina. You're tired come, 3, 4 o'clock, where those guys normally just play a couple of, 1 event a day and are done. Go home.
Yeah, I mean, that's an excellent plan. It's something I guess it makes sense when you say it out loud, but you don't always think about it until it is kind of brought up to you. Well, right now, Eric's in great position at that 92 for Foundry 45 to take this one. As long as Luke makes sure to keep up with what John does here. If he matches with a low ton of his own, he's going to look pretty sharp. He needs it a little bit more than a low ton, though, in case Dan gets it all the way down to 2.
Luke with a nice 150.
And that's so important here. This 172 needs to get below 4 points now. So you're going to have to see bull trip 20, trip 20. Yep, and he's looking up now. No, he's not. So he can't freeze. That is, well, a good shot, not the correct one in the situation, as now Hartman definitely gets a look at the 92. And what would have otherwise you could have definitely prevented. See if it hurts. It's not going to hurt here.
I would have bowled there myself to leave that 45.
Yeah,
I think, but that's just me.
No, I'd agree. Getting those points down in this situation, in this team format, is going to be something that you would have to do rather than going for the more traditional setup order. So that's really up to Shane and Jim here to see what they can do. I don't know. 96 is the number that Jim needs to get below, so a 102 or more needed to freeze. Taking a moment here. That's a great start to this campaign.
Follow it in. Follow it in again.
As long as he doesn't fall into a 1 or 2. And he's good.
Perfect. Setting up success here for Foundry 45.
You see that little pump from him, how much that really means? I mean, that is a lot.
Well, two of these Club Ritz guys just came in here fist pumping too. I don't know what that means, but that could be good for them.
So Dan not able to take it, debating on how he wants to bring it down. I think he was going for single 20.
Yeah, as he's just going to clean that one up and push the button there, leaving 433 for the win. 5-2 here for Eric Block.
And needs to be careful about this. He is going right at that 11.
Looking to lay it in,
and he does.
Yeah, great shot there is Foundry 45. Cleans this up. 5-2 here in round 3 of our round robin coverage. Stay tuned, folks. We got round 4 coming your way here next. Don't go anywhere. William Stuart, Nick Dichiria will be right back with more action here momentarily. Here with North American Director of Operations for L Style, Joel Garcia. How does it feel to be back at WAMO? This is how many years for you now?
This is my 3rd year coming back to help with Booyah Darts, their booth. I really come back to meet more players and educate people about our product, and because I noticed when I come out here, not a lot of people use L-Style, and it's very surprising to me. So it's nice to be able that Jeremy and Booyah Darts let me come out here and work on the L-Style side of things for them.
Well, the truth is we have so many players here in so many different divisions, whether it's your elite players or your players that are just starting out that maybe don't know about L-Style. So it's important to kind of teach them about that, huh?
Yes. Yeah, it's really hard when players haven't even heard of L-Style yet, and I'm like, you know, where do you live that you haven't heard of it? Because in my mind, I feel like everyone knows this because we're a worldwide company, but it really shows me that I have a lot of work to do to get our brand out there and our products.
Well, even though you've been around, how long has L-Style been around now? I mean,
they've been in North America since 2002.
Wow.
So a while, yeah. But I've been with L-Style for 9 years now.
Well, it's nice to have you here once again. I mean, I've been around to NDA. We saw you there as well. But to bring you from California up to Wisconsin and see all these individuals again, it must be nice, huh?
Yeah, it's nice for people to recognize me, especially since I only come here once a year. But I definitely need to keep coming back, and every time I come here, I write down new ideas of how to engage players more and get the players response on our products. And I'm always asking, when people already come up and they already use L-Style, I ask them why they used L-Style, how they started using L-Style, just to give me a good idea of what people in this market want and need.
Well, if they want to reach out to you, or if they have any questions or comments or concerns with L-Style, how can they reach out to you?
That is a hard question because I probably have over 80 unread Facebook messages. I try to keep up with it, but I would say the best way is probably you could actually message our L-Style Facebook directly, and we have 6 or 7 people on those messages so that it gets to the right person eventually, and then we can answer your question.
There you go. Well, if you're looking for a custom design or just wanting to use the product in general, reach out and do so. Joel, thanks for spending a moment with me here at WAMO 2023. Looking forward to many more adventures with you, huh?
Yes, you too.
What's up, guys? We're sitting here with Phil Glomsky. So, well, you know, so yeah, he's a little taller than me, so I think this will be a little more comfortable. And obviously, you sucked at basketball. So, what got you in the darts?
Well, pretty much just like you said, started getting older, the body was breaking down, and it was just not easy to do anymore. So some buddies of mine that played softball, they all did darts in the winter, and they just...
Miniature golf at all, or?
Nothing's miniature with me. So I just decided that it would make sense to try to give darts a shot, since, they did it. It's like, the line's not that far from the board. How hard can it be?
Yeah.
And then I found out it's a lot more difficult than it looks.
Oh, so today you got the 4-person team event going on?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so now being the tallest person on the team, but like the weakest link, like you would have been off the show already, if it was that show. How do you feel about that, like having these 3 people carry you?
I'm really fortunate that we took first last year, because if it wasn't for that, I know that I was on the chopping block and I really would have had to beg for my spot. So I'm really glad that you guys carried me far enough that I was able to stick around, and hopefully, it gives me one more chance.
So if they dump you after when, hold on one second.
Okay.
Hello. Yeah, oh yeah. No, at 4 o'clock. Yeah, 4-person team. Oh my God. We went to this place to eat last night. It was, yeah, they got some great food. Oh.
What are we doing? We're cutting?
Now you'll be...
1 hour later.
All right, man. All right, have a good one. All right, bye. Sorry, had to take that.
Oh, all right, you good now?
Yeah. He just wanted to know what I ate last night. All right, so anything you want to add? Looking forward to tonight, and are you nervous at all?
No, because when I don't have to do a lot, it's really easy, and so.
Yeah, I got to get to the hot tub, man. Hot tub time is calling me. We're kind of pressed for time, but yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, Phil Glomowski, Mickey Mousky. All right, have a good day, guys.
You set my soul on fire. Baby, you set my soul on fire. You set my soul on fire. Baby, you set my soul on fire. You set my soul on fire. You set my soul on fire.
Alrighty, folks. Well, here we go. We got our 4th round match underway here with Auggies Bull Shooters taking on Foundry 45 here. So this is going to be that first leg here. Now, Bull Shooters has gone 6-1, 6-1, 7-0. So as long as they make sure to hold strong here.
Alrighty. Well, had to go check on a couple teams. Wanted to see where they were at. As I checked on the Black Saddle Boys. You know, we haven't seen Scuba Steve or Bob Anderson or any of those guys. So
how are they doing?
We checked on them. They're doing well. They said we think we're gonna make it. We think we're gonna make it into the next round. So I guess it's up to the last 2 rounds before we're for sure about that one.
Well, at this point here, if we're being honest, first place, if Bull Shooters gets at least 1 or 2 more legs on the board here, is going to go to them to move out to the pod. So it's going to be a fight for the other team to move out between, you know, Burks and Ritz and Rookies and Foundry, and even Haggard has a chance to get in there as well. So they're really fighting for that last position to move on into the next round, and that's going to be so important that Foundry 45 takes off as many legs as possible from right now the #1 team in the pod.
That's the key. Got to take as many legs as possible, and that's going to be a tough task against this Bull Shooters team, who has been a dominant force so far in this round robin bracket.
Yeah, dominant is definitely what we've seen from them. They've been playing phenomenal stuff over here and really doing some great work.
Just a reminder, thanks for joining us here as we continue our coverage of WAMO 2023. This is day 4 for us. So we got 1 more day of coverage tomorrow as we round out our coverage of WAMO and head on down the road to the next event. So definitely set those notifications and reminders that we still have action for you on a Sunday here in La Crosse, Wisconsin.
Sunday, Sunday, Sunday.
And let me tell you, this venue is pretty nice. We've got a little backdoor entry access here. And right as you walk outside, the river's right there. And man,
beautiful
is it
views.
Beautiful. Beautiful views. You can see it in all our interviews, the background there. as there's been some nice boats that I've gone by, whether it be pontoon or even the big lacrosse queen, as it's called.
I was curious how many boats you could name. I'm going to be honest. When you started off there, that was okay. You know
Hey,
what?
the lacrosse queen, man, it was a rolling, as they say.
I met a girl that claimed that title once. Anyways, to the darts.
Nick, everyone. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, but the venue is phenomenal. As my good friend Gordon Stewart says, what a great venue.
Ryan Westerman said, I heard Sean on the CDC stream in Indy. Will, have you have any separation anxiety? No, it's just more like nightmares now that I got to deal with Nick.
I'm way more of a handful. I want to be honest. Sean kind of keeps control of himself. Will's like, no, get off the table. Get off it.
Oh, or just go for a walk, Nick. Go for a walk, sir. Nick's trying to convince me that
That some great darts are going on, and
Yeah.
I would be right. Kevin there with a hat trick.
that's what you need. There you go.
Now, Jim's throw, we were talking about it earlier on the stream, Will, where
That little lift over.
it's, yeah, where he like presses on his forehead almost, or right before pressing it, and then drags it a little bit over.
John Smith saying Ritz are 6. Come on, giving out a score line here. They will move on. So I don't know. These bull shooters have had quite the score lines too, and so is Foundry 45. We'll see.
Ritz and bullshooters are in the lead. No one's going to argue that they are in the front, but it is not a guarantee foregone conclusion for either spot. I mean, at the end of the day here, if one of these teams falls off hard, anything could happen.
Exactly.
If Ritz gives up a lot of games right now or bullshooters and it gets done to them, it all of a sudden becomes anybody's game. If they keep holding their own, then they'll be just fine.
We also have Ryan asking, was there ever singles cricket? Yeah, it was Wednesday night. And that was actually doubles cricket, wasn't it? They
Yeah,
got
doubles
rid of the
cricket.
singles and they actually went to doubles. So never mind. So they didn't have a singles event. It used to be singles cricket.
And then they changed it
they
to doubles last
changed
year.
it to doubles last year. So maybe that's just to speed up the process. But you never know. They may add a day on there. I heard they're considering it down the road, adding another day, which is crazy to think, right?
Sean confirming what we were talking about there. Jim actually does press it onto his forehead. And after the match, he does have a noticeable red spot where that will be. So that is a funny stuff there.
Well, kind of have some unfortunate news I wanted to drop here. Looks like Miss Diana Rutherford, Lady D, passed away today.
Oh, no.
So we wanted to give our condolences, as Lady D's been like a legend.
She is.
In the North American dart scene, especially like that PPD system for quite some time. So yeah, definitely want to share that message, as we know she's been dealing with some stuff for quite a while, you know, and she kind of was a bed rest for a little while, but fortunately we got that news today, so we just wanted to pass that along.
Yeah, heartbreaking stuff to hear.
Yeah,
so
share
our thoughts
that.
go out over to the Rutherford family.
50 left here. Eric gets it. We'll take the first leg for Foundry.
And that's an important thing. Foundry right now, every leg that they take off bullshooters not only helps their chance of getting that spot, but also enables a team that isn't Ritz or Bullshooters to really run away with this as they have so far. Ryan Sofa, of course, known as the professional button pusher for Kevin Schmitz. He said in a previous time when Kevin was on a live stream, every time Kevin hits a 9 mark, I'm going to do a shot. Well, guess what? Ryan did not drive home that evening. As he's very good friends there with that team, and these teams have such good synergy with each other and know each other so well. It's why they perform the way they do.
Another one would be nice. Filling it up is Sean Horseman. As he's looking, you know, honestly, if Sean was, you know, selfish, he could have been the 4 Horsemen here as a team name. Wouldn't that been good?
Ooh.
The 4 Horsemen?
The 4 Horsemen.
Man, I seriously think that you guys should consider that next time.
Yeah, we're going to have to give a word over to Auggies here and see what they can do.
Yeah. I don't know about this Auggies bullshooters. It's just the 4 Horsemen from now on. This Kevin Schmitz behind us just laughing. Really, guys? Really?
The Horse and the Rabbit? Oh, wait, hold on. There's like a bunch of different things we could do here.
Oh, man. Nonsense we're talking.
So a horse and a rabbit walk into a bar. The rabbit says to the bartender, hey, you got any hops? Anyways, thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you. That was good. That was good. Oh, my goodness. Where'd you pull that out of your bag of
The
tricks
rabbit
there?
out of the hat, obviously.
Yeah, that was on the stream, Kevin. That's what I get to deal with all the time. Oh, my word, folks.
That was probably my second best call other than the pretzel one. I'm just saying.
This is where you guys. I wonder where all this took place.
Sorry, the joke was so funny. Took us off air for a minute. Everyone came in the room to congratulate me, and they actually gave me a trophy.
Oh, my goodness. Don't outdo yourself here, son. Big 150 there. As Matt is able to convert. Ryan has got to find something here, you feel.
Did you just sun me? You said, don't outdo yourself, son?
No, didn't do that. Would never.
All right, just going to keep chipping away here and continuing to do work. Trying to get in range. But Eric, with a clear path to set himself up like a bride walking down the aisle, trying to leave himself an out.
As the bride-to-be enters the freight elevator here next to us for the wedding upstairs.
Super exciting stuff.
It's just crazy how massive this Las Crosse Center is. I mean, you've got the South Hall, you've got the arena, you also have the North Hall, but then there's been 3 events upstairs.
The YMCA
Friday,
events.
Saturday, well, sorry, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
Yeah, there was
crazy.
a YMCA, a wedding, and then some other events. And not one
There's
of
been
them.
two weddings.
Yeah. Oh, is
Two
it
weddings.
another wedding?
There was a wedding
Do
yesterday.
you know all those catering people walk by us, guys, and they have not offered us one bite of food? Terrible stuff over here. As Sean sets himself up nicely at 83 there, getting himself to that 2-dart out range. So as long as Ryan Sofa doesn't freeze, he will get a clean look if Eric doesn't take out that 135 in front of him.
Sofa needs something of value, you feel. Sean is set up, but Sofa would like to add his hand in the mix. Two bulls looking to fill it up, does so. He finally connects. He just hasn't quite been there yet and finds it there. Eric kind of squaring up here before settling in. Yeah, Eric.
Really won that 135.
Yep, he did. And you could see he was trying to hit it there. I mean, he knows that Sean's coming in with 83. And this 83 could go to make this 1-1. Foundry really wanted that leg on the board to make things interesting in this round-robin bracket.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. Foundry needs to get 5 or 6 legs here to feel comfortable with their position, especially with how well Ritz is doing on the other ends.
You can see a slight little upset moment there for Sean, but 50 for 22 still could be the look, and I think that's exactly what he was going for, but unfortunately falls into that 17.
Now he needs to stay focused. He can still do a lot of damage here. I think going the bull to leave 5 probably was the better play than the trip 17 for 1, just because you have to consider the freeze and get as low as possible.
Exactly.
But this could just go right now. Wouldn't even matter if he takes it. Hartman.
Oh, man. That would have been beautiful for 1-3-4. And you can see there. Wanted it to go. Sofa.
Oh,
outside.
Oof.
That's difficult.
Not going to be happy with that. He needs, again, focus on bringing it down. But because Sean didn't hit that bull, there's no way that he can freeze out Eric.
Just settles up for 5 left.
Yeah, if Hortzman hit the bull instead of the trip 17, or going for the trip 17, it would have froze here. So 54 for Eric to get that 2-0 start for Foundry 45. Hits it and won a dart there for Eric Block.
2-0 lead for Foundry. We do have a question, I'm guessing, from a possible new software player or maybe overseas player, as he asked about the why not go for the trip 20. It's been a usual question for us here. So the reasoning for that is that whole bull segment's worth 50, so it's an easier target to hit that 50 than it is to hit that trip 20. It's a bigger segment. So that's why they're choosing that one in this format.
Yeah, the 20 segment gives you a little bit of forgiveness horizontally, but not vertically.
Yeah.
The bull is equidistant, right? So you have that option to miss a little bit in each direction as well, on top of just having a bigger surface area. So Ryan, the story for him today being not super happy with his performance, and that's because he is capable of great things, and he just needs to rise to the occasion and continue to do what he is capable of doing, and that's a great way to start it off there. Sofa with the 150 open. looks like he needs to make. Oh no, he pulled him. Okay. Oh, but Jed Neal even says, "Hey, listen, I saw it. You're good." Yeah. So hat trick to follow Ryan from Matt. Yeah, no worries, John Doe. So now Jed, to get things going here. You notice that they actually switched order, because that very first match there, Jed Neal was actually starting more often than not, and I think he prefers that B player position, because he does well with it, finding that 150 there. And now Luke Schwitzer up to the line. Oh, look at this. Finding it on the last there. But Ryan, Matt, and Jed are all on for the 10 at the moment. I think, honestly, normally what we say this B position, or this going second position, that you would go for a 180 or a 171 to leave an out and master out. I don't think that would be the case here for Ryan, right? He's struggling a little bit to hit his consistency he would normally like. He needs to just focus on doing the pulls and doing the work there. And same thing for Jed in his position. Just focus on applying pressure unilaterally rather than directly like that. Hartman there, finding a 119 to keep him and Ryan and Luke all in that same region. Luke a little bit behind the rest. Jed, on the other hand here, despite the fact that he has a little bit of dartitis, the fact that he's struggling to get that dart up, and he says the reason he's doing that is because his grip doesn't feel right. So when he brings it back down, it's because he kind of like moves that dart in his hand a little bit as he pulls it up, and he was having trouble finding that right spot. But once he finds it, he's good and executes flawlessly. And so despite having that dartitis, that little bit of a hitch in his throw, he's been playing great all week. Second place in the doubles 01 and everything else. He has done it great all along. And him and his partner, Kevin Schmitz, won Best Dressed on the first night when they dress up in Dumb and Dumber suits to play. Oh, this would be good from Ryan, then make sure he leaves an out behind Luke. He does. Luke's on an out. Ryan's on an out. Matt and Jed to set themselves up, as this one's going to be a sprint to the finish line here instead of a gentle jog. Oh, Hartman's feeling it too. These guys are really picking it up at the moment, and I'm pretty sure we've seen 8 hat tricks on this one leg. Let's see what Jed can do. Although at this point, even if he sets himself up for the 10 darter, he might have just needed a 9 darter. Maybe earlier not going for it might be some issues depending on what happens here. So Luke will get a look at 171 and has to take a look at 171. There's no way for him to freeze by going for the bulls and just broken and bringing it down. He needs to at least take 1 dart for the shot. If he hits this, that'll be a 3-0 lead for Foundry 45 here. Take the look, and the dart just was not flying well for him. Now switching back to the bulls to set himself up by making sure his partner doesn't get frozen. Last pull does help. Ryan, if he doesn't take out 86, just needs to get to 39 or 38 or less. So needs to make sure not to bust here. Double 18. Going for the double 9 there outside. Frustrated with that one, but it's okay because Matt Hartman now does not have a shot for 82. He is frozen, meaning Jed will get 3 darts for the 51. He's debating the best way to set this up from here. From 54, just going to hit a bull now to leave 4. So Jed, 3 darts now. And no way he can freeze, just needs to go right at it. 1 for bull. A couple of different ways he can approach it. I hate going 1 for bull, but it's probably the right shot here. Yes, they recompose himself as he's really feeling the pressure of the moment. Oh, he went for the trip 17. He went direct. It's probably the way I would have preferred to shoot it. And then going over for that 2 to double 16 transition now.
See the subtle hitch there, but see if he can connect. 2-1 and gets it, and he slaps his hands together knowing it was hard fought, but he got it.
He got there, the pressure of the moment building up. So now 2-1, Auggies bullshooters on the board here. Kevin Schmidt's the rabbit to start off. So let's see what Kevin's doing. Him and his team feeling pretty confident at the moment here. Again, just trying to get as many legs as they can. But Kevin really starting to find his form. At first, he was a little bit of a slow start early in the week here on Wednesday, but as time has progressed, he's surely hit more and more.
Ed will step in once again. Of course, he's partnering up with his buddy Kevin Schmitz, his doubles partner, aka Dumb and Dumber, as they were rocking the orange and blue tuxedos on Wednesday night.
They were.
If you happen to miss that.
Ryan with a question here. Did you guys see the European bullshooter where they were playing team cricket where both players had to have a number close before they could score on it? How do you guys feel about that type of format? How do you feel about that one, Will? Where both players have to have a number close in like a stacked or a format like that rather than just a shared score.
It's a little
cricket.
weird. It's a little weird. Let's be honest. I like the shared score line better just because it's more normal for me, but I don't really play that style often. It'd be interesting to get it, but I think it's just it's a game of chess, just like this freeze rule, you know?
Yeah, certainly the thing. It is like freeze rule, right? But I think the reason I like freeze rule more is freeze rule is used as an encouragement to make sure both players are doing their part and that you're having that kind of like equalness there. Playing both players have to close the number is basically just like watching two simultaneous games of cricket at the same time. So not my personal favorite there in that format, but of course that's just my opinion. There's so many different formats, and we're obviously going to be inclined to like the ones that we watch and see the most. Jim finding a hat trick there, making his scoreline match up with Kevin's. So we're just getting some updates in the background here. I'm doing some investigative research to see how the rest of the pod's doing to get a total here of where everyone's at. But I'm going to be honest right now. Auggies Bullshooters is putting on the strongest performance that we have seen from the stream teams, followed closely by Ritz. So
yeah, we'll see who ends up topping the table and who ends up coming in second to secure a place in the finals tomorrow. But right now, really, Bullshooters is looking pretty promising, as well as Ritz.
yeah, they're by far the ones that are going to be the most out front and ahead in the situation, but it doesn't guarantee anything. I mean, we certainly don't know, like our board right now, Ritz could be having a struggle time against Burks, and that could be a factor here. Foundry 45 could still continue to expand their advantage in this one. Anything's possible. It's usually down to right before the last round's over where you get a clear idea of what's needed at the cross that finish line.
Another big hat there.
Yes, Kevin is still on for the 12 dart leg, even 11 dart leg potentially. Jim's going to trail close behind here. In fact, he might even be able to get ahead. And he will get ahead just by 6 points there. You can see Kevin giving him a little bit of a cheer. He's like, yeah, come on, let's go, as they're having some fun with it. Who is my favorite PDC player? I don't know if I've ever really thought about having a favorite. I've always been a big fan of just watching some of the younger guys go in there and really do some work. So, and it's also the people that I've gotten a chance to meet. So, for instance, if we're talking specifically like tour card holders, like Luke Humphreys is up there for me as a guy. Like I like Josh Rock lately, Scotty Williams. I like watching the younger or newer guys on the tour kind of really take some tears.
There's actually an interesting one I was talking about it earlier. I saw like this under 23, under 55, and retired or something like that. Who would win outright? And let me tell you what, I thought the 23-year-olds had it, man. It's just like, what?
Well, well, the interesting point there being that the developmental tour of being that under 24, or was it 23 is the cutoff for the developmental tour over there? It's in the 20s.
Yeah, it's something low.
Oh, does he go for it? Trip 9 is a tough one. This is an interesting one here for Kevin. Do you take the shot? Do you just focus on hoping that Jim misses and letting Jed take it out at 1-3-2? This is a hard call, and he doesn't know what he wants to do. Ooh, what is he going to do? He is going to go for it and just goes inside, making sure to stay away from that 12-14 region. If he busts, that's really bad news. So Jim does get a look here. Not going to be a bull first here. $74 now. I would have been keen on going that 14 for bull route there for Jim. So 1-3-2 for Jed. That's going to be a shot here. Luke will get a look at the 116 if Jed doesn't take this out. Oh, he is going to get a look. Double 16. Oh, he gave us a psych out and doesn't get it there. So now Luke will get a look at 116. Oh, man, that would have been so huge. Foundry to save the leg here. Needs to make sure, no matter what, Luke, to get under 50 points. If he doesn't get under 50 points, he will not freeze out. Or will freeze out, Jim, excuse me. Misspoke there. Oh, and he does hit it there, 116 for Luke,
man,
to bring this 3-1. And that was scary because we fell into that 3. It wouldn't have been enough to freeze, or the 7. That was actually a really dangerous start there. But he hit it.
Foundry 45, 45 still alive here. it looks like.
Yeah, they're certainly beginning to rally.
Man, who knows how this one could end up? Who's going to be our final two, ladies and gentlemen? We will have to find out. And you know, we were speaking of these 23-year-olds, but you know the one person we didn't mention?
Nick Dichiria.
No, Luke Littler.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Luke Littler is, man, that kid could win world championship, if not numerous world championships. Shoot, by the time he's 25, because he's got 10 years before that. He's 15. Already won $20,000 in the Modus Tutor.
That's fair. That's fair. That's a great point at it. See, I have the bad habit here of picking my favorite players that I watch are players that have a bad habit of retiring pretty quickly after. For instance, one of my favorite moments in darts was watching James Wade get beat by Dawson Marshall over at the U.S. Masters when it was held in Las Vegas at the time. And I was like, awesome, Dawson, that's going to be my favorite darts player. 2 years later, I was like, yeah, I am retiring from darts and I'm a banker now. So just a little bit of fun fact there. I have a bad habit of picking people that get retired. Well, low tons all around the board here. Sofa's going to look to find the same. Oh, no. Getting stuck up in the same segment there. Works his way in. But honestly, all Sofa found was the coins beneath the cushions. So Hartman can really set the pace here. This is going to be that fifth leg matchup. Hat trick there for the rabbit, pulling himself out of a hat. Yeah, John, a lot of people have been talking about that one, you know, not seeing like Big Dog and Benny Dersch and Scott Kirshner, and so, you know, some of the more, I want to use the term OG of the Wisconsin area. So definitely seeing a big change in that next generation of darters really storm through here. It's interesting having the room without them. I mean, it's like now going to like a Florida tournament, not seeing like Nick Zalepic and Kenny Doyle and Chris Grimmel and people of those like. With that being said, it's not like there's a shortage of talent in this room. Hartman can leave it out from here. As long as he stays true. And he does. That 1-2-4 is a brilliant setup as Foundry 45 is really coming together at a moment where it matters most. Kevin looking to match right behind. Ooh, a little bit of a funny deflection there. It did catch the back end of his flight and kind of slapped the board a little bit as it was raining true on the bull. Sorry, the fans were clapping.
All of a sudden, we've got this fly.
Yeah, we got a little fly chasing us around. Oh, one more bull will leave Jimin out as well. Yeah, 145 right now. I'm going to be honest. They are rallying something fierce at the moment. Because it's not like Auggies bull shooters is slacking at all. So let's see. Ryan Sofa needs to perform here. Make sure that Kevin gets a look at the 139 potentially. going to talk himself into this one. Needs to find 2. One more. There we go. Ryan Sofa finding it there. So Hartman, if Hartman finds 2 bowls, we'll still freeze.
These guys can't be going smoking out here.
Ryan saying, is this Division 1? Yes, it says there's 4 pods for this round robin. So this is just one of 4 of the pods. So Garrett and his team is in one of the other pods.
Yeah, and they are doing well. They did let us know about that one. We heard Black Saddle Saloon's doing good as well, but they're good, maybe other people's bad, so who knows? The brackets, once they're released with the final numbers, that's when you find out who moves on, you know? Anything can happen until then.
Interesting last start there from Kevin, throwing that double 18 to leave 3. I know he's trying to get his score down as much as possible, but 3 is still a little bit of an awkward one to leave. But it does put some pressure on Jim here to have to score great. And, ooh, this might not be a good round for Jim. Oh, no, only getting to 150. So Ryan, now if he hits a low ton, really a hat trick can still save this and give it a chance if Hartman misses. He has to perform here, though. Anything less than a low ton, and low ton's the bare minimum, will not be enough. That is correct, Ryan. And one more of these. And that's a great time for Ryan Sofa to pick that up. So now 35 for Hartman. If he doesn't take it, Kevin will get a look at 3. Or excuse me, he can't take it. He's frozen. As the fatigue really is starting to set into me.
Oh, definitely. At this point, we've been going on for our 4th day of coverage here. As you can see, him really pondering here what he should do now. It's good just to, if you're unsure, make sure you're sure.
Yeah, throwing that 20. I mean, trip 7 technically was the best start,
Yeah.
but that also is the biggest chance to bust. So
Yeah.
not much of a point to shoot at it like that. Now he's debating if he wants to shoot at the 5 to bring it down even lower. And he does, bring it
Yeah.
down to 2.
Good dart there, but very easy to find yourself in a bed that busts you there.
Now, Kevin Schmitz did hit that double 18 intentionally on his last start to leave 3. Let's see if that bites him here. 'Cause 3 is a tricky one. Finds it right there, going right for the trip 1. I love it. I love it. As he does find it, Kevin Schmitz taking full advantage of that Masters out format there, making this 3-2.
It's 4-2 over there to Rookie's Pub, it looks like.
Yeah, Rookie's getting 4 legs up there after what was not a great start for them there. Rookie's going up against Not So Haggard, which basically means at this point Not So Haggard's about to be mathematically eliminated.
Jed starting off that low ton there. As you can see, it's definitely been a hydrating day here at WAMO. With all those spare cans over there, we'll have to clear those off. But
Fun fact, all those cans are just filled with water.
or they just could be from these matches right now.
They could be.
They could have already cleared it off.
Well, Sean and Jed bringing the A game to start this one. Getting those low tons early. Yeah, so Auggies kind of coming out a little bit faster here, each finding a low ton.
See what Jed can come up with if he can press a little bit of distance in between. A 150 would do just that. Did I speak it into existence, or did I speak it into a commentator's curse? That's the question. It's a curse, as he says. Come on, Jed. Zach, in regards to our hydration remarks, says, it's Wisconsin, that's light. That's pretty funny. As we're coming down to that point where we're going to start seeing and hearing some roars in the background, some big shouts as people advance on into the next round, or, sorry, the final bracket. And some, unfortunately, will bid adieu, being their last day of action here.
Yeah, any team that gets knocked out Division 3 or lower, I will play money games tomorrow.
Chris McMartin saying, USA Darts, love you guys. South Dakota in the house. We appreciate you joining us, Chris, and saying that.
John saying Ritz is up 5-1. That's a current tagline there. That means that Ritz and Auggies are really close to guaranteeing it before this last round even goes. Because they have definitely been the more dominant teams. Foundry, you can see here with the scoreline 3-2, they're actually putting up a great performance now. But it was all those first and second round matches where the teams weren't at their best, where they weren't fully warmed up. And that's the stuff that's going to start punching later on here. As we've said before, every game matters in a format like this.
Luke for 277's got to press up against Jed here, as Jed did set up a checkout opportunity with the 168. Granted, it's a big look, but we've seen it before in this coverage this weekend as Steve Hilger took out a 168.
That he did, in a very convincing fashion. So now it's up to Sean and Eric to make sure that Jed and Luke, respectively, will get shots at the outs. Luke leading himself 165. And Sean seems to be doing just fine with that. Smart to stay in the bowl there. You don't need to go for anything fancy. You just need to focus on bringing it down. Jed's already there first. So Eric, same thing. Although if he hits a hat trick, 158 would be a good look for him. And he brings the dart real low.
Yeah, I was about to say, we really haven't noticed it until now. As I noticed it too, he brings that down below his chin.
Yeah.
And then
I thought at first the dart was almost catching.
Yeah.
As he like brought it up there, and this is very interesting. So Jed, 168. It's going to take at least one dart for the look. No, he's not. He's just going to keep working away. Yeah, John Smith bringing up a great point there. Frozen by one, and I don't think Luke realized it because as everyone saw, he went for that first start at the outside. He should be happy that it didn't connect because that was a 1 point freeze there. So 176 doesn't have to go. You just need to get it low, low, low. Oh, but when you sing, everyone loves it, Will.
Yeah,
everyone just appreciates it so much.
I at least have some sort of tone to my voice.
Well, I'm tonally deaf and physically deaf in my
like
left
a
ear.
4-year-old choir student trying to sing.
Joke's on you. I never took choir. Obviously.
Oh, my. Oh, my. Well, Sister Act 3 coming at you here soon. Steve Hilger just told us he missed a 9-darter by a hole. Wow. A whole lot. Well, it looks like Ricky's Pub wins that one 5-2 over on that board, 232. But our last round should be starting here soon, but for us, it's our last leg here in this round 4, as it is now 3-3 in this one.
John Smith asking a great question. Was the 9-dart attempt before or after Porky's nap?
I think it was probably during the nap that he had that 9-darter.
During the nap is a bold move, Cotton. I'm going to be honest here.
He envisioned it in his mind. It's called a dream.
I'm envisioning one of those sandwiches that Porky's been talking about.
Well, there's a big hat from Jim to start us off in this last leg decider.
Kevin finding a hat trick there to match Jim. 150 start for both those guys.
And Hilger goes to work for us as he's telling everybody, quit going through this doorway.
I love me some Porky, man. I didn't meet him in person properly. I mean, other than in passing up until Las Vegas last week. And let me tell you quickly, one of my favorite darters.
Oh, my goodness. was quite funny. But here we go, Jed. Gonna try to follow in a 150 from Kevin. But I guess we'll see.
You're not going to be able to do so, so both teams still pretty even here. Eric to see if he can continue what his partner started. Only 81 for Eric Block there.
Whoopsies. Sofa. Falls below.
Trying to dial it in here. Has been having some inconsistencies here.
Yeah, he just hasn't shown, you know, his full form here. I mean, to be honest, we haven't had really any outstanding play so far. I mean, we haven't really seen a 45 banged out.
Yeah, the max we've seen so far has been a 41.75 average here. And it just shows how hard it is to play in that team format and how hard it is to play in a round-robin style setup here. To be able to stay that focused, that determined, and keep the level of flow that you need, it's hard. I mean, it truly is hard. See, I have the ability to say I'm bad enough where I didn't have to worry about staying in rhythm or not because I was going to miss anyway. So it doesn't make a difference one way or the other.
Well, Jim shaking just a moment before he comes up here.
Yeah, I mean, Foundry really needs to make sure they secure this leg here. And vice versa, Bullshooters knows that they're so close to guaranteeing that spot.
Yeah.
This is getting dicey. Jim does get another one there.
Yeah, a couple bowls for the 106.
Finding that low ton there from Kevin. Getting into that 3-6-7 range, keeping it right in line. A score for A score is matched up at the moment. No real clear advantage one way or the other. That gives an opportunity for Jed Neal to kind of fix this B score line now. Finding a decent sized low ton here will tie it up at the bottom end.
To me, it's still amazing how consistent Jed is, even with the kind of subtle hitch there.
Yeah. No one.
It's just crazy.
As someone said in chat, and I agree with them wholeheartedly, I've never seen someone with dartitis do well like Jed does.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing, and I don't even care. Let's be careful with that D word. But I don't know. It's like the old shank in golf. You never say shank. Yeah, I don't know. You just never say the D word in darts.
I'm just quoting him on it. That's how he said it.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, but to kind of have that just subtle, like, you can't keep rhythm because you're still trying to regrip, that kind of mentality. Yeah, it is pretty impressive, the consistency he has.
Yeah, imagine if he was able to float like normal too. I mean, the possibilities are endless. Oh, good time for Sofa to show up, finding that 150 there. As those A score lines are still neck and neck, and the B score lines are tied practically. As this is going to be a sprint to the finish line here for this last leg. to see who takes it 4-3 in this round 4 matchup.
Sean and his 4 horsemen trying to make this 4-3. Oh, how about this? Jesse Gilbertson, when Jed was really struggling when it first happened, his 3rd dart was missing the board. He's come a long way. He was a 40-plus average before it happened. He was a great shot. Well, he's been chucking a couple 40 pluses in this tournament this weekend, so still got it. Just like I always say, it's a roller coaster ride. Sometimes you're up, sometimes you're down. Sometimes you're working it around.
Is that right?
I guess so.
I like that.
I guess so. Why not?
That was a Nickism if I've ever heard one out of you.
That's a Nickism for you.
Oh, Kevin here can really put some heat on this. One more of those would be awesome for him. And that is 67 now down there. Starting to get a breakaway for the Auggies Bullshooters team. Luke needs to make sure that Jim will get a shot, so he's going to keep chugging away here. Low ton should do enough for him. Below the bull, but in a good spot to mark the distance. Oh no, but he's having some trouble here. Not going to be happy with that one. Yeah, I believe you have to get below 174 here would be the number if my math isn't wrong. So Jed, if he hits 2 bulls and a decent fallout, he should be more than fine to make sure that Jim will not get a shot. Ever so important moment here. That's a great start to it.
And looking for another. Gets it.
Yep, so that will freeze Jim, or excuse me, not Jim, Eric on that ace score line there. They're just going to focus on bringing it down here. And he did stay on the bull there if you had hit it with left 41, but again, it's about getting that total number down. No issue with that shot there. Ryan Sofa now 67. 17 for bull will be the shot here. Last couple times we've seen him attempt it out, he's been struggling on his big singles. There he does find it though. Not going to be able to take it now, but can still bring it pretty low here. Trip 15 with left 4. Leaves 34 though. Matt Hartman at 241, just going to try to get back in range of an out. It's going to be pretty hard, if not impossible, for him to unfreeze Eric here. He's going to need to set himself up. Well, 150 there from Hartman's great shots. But Sean.
We now have a personal security guard in Steve Hilger. Perfect. Perfect.
Sean looked at his team.
Sean saying, Jed saying, do it. Do it.
Oh, giving him the go-ahead to set up, it looks like. Well, with the 89 combined score, froze by 2. So going ahead and setting up there. Jim can't take 80. He can only set it up. trying to find something. Getting that bull in the last there, setting himself up on nicely in 16 for the rabbit to hop into 34. Looking at the double 17.
You see him chuckling there as Jim must have
Made it funny.
mentioned something there. He's going to attack it here. Looks like he's going right at it. Inside.
1 for double 8. Can't freeze it here, so.
Might as well attack it in whatever way you see fit. It will go 1 double 8. Does he hit it? He does.
Yes. Well, Auggies bull shooters 4-3 win there, as that was the first time we've seen him kind of struggle a little bit against another team.
Yeah. Yep, that was the first time we've seen him there, but a win is a win. And it's another one on the board for bull shooters. But for us, we're going to continue on with our coverage as we got one more round of our round robin this evening before we head on to the hotel, get some rest, and come back tomorrow for more action. So don't go anywhere, folks. More action on the way next here.
Well, hello everybody. I am Nick Dichiria, joined by none other than Steve Hilger, also known as AKA Porky. How are you doing, good sir?
Good, man. Hungry, tired, you know, the usual stuff.
The standard affair.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, this is a little different because normally we catch you on the Porky Cam or in the finals of events, as you had a great start to your week with the doubles cricket finish with Garrett Rakowski. How did it feel placing first back-to-back years?
You know, it's good because last year was the first time they did the doubles cricket, so I mean, yeah, it's good, especially with this competition. You know, Wisconsin is so overloaded with great shooters in both 501 and cricket. So it was definitely a good accomplishment for us. So.
Yeah, I mean, we're telling people, so many comments are like, why isn't this player playing this? Why isn't this player? Because people think that we're watching a national level competition, but this is actually just the largest state tournament. I mean, how crazy does it feel to see a room out here of so many faces and so many competitors in darts?
Oh, it is. I mean, we've had so many great players in Wisconsin. You know, you had, you know, Benny Dersch, Scotty Kirshner, Scotty Miller, and so many others that come up. Big Dog used to come up and shoot Wisconsin State. So, I mean, in reality, it is kind of like a national tournament when you had some of the best in the nation playing in this at one time. So,
well, it certainly has been a great time at this location. Now, to the people that are going to be watching this interview or seeing you on the broadcast, taking names and winning trophies, is there anything you want to say to those people that have been watching along with you and supporting you along the way?
No, I mean, thank you for the support. You know, I get stopped, and now Garrett's getting recognized, and he's getting stopped, and you know, that's what I shoot darts for. You know, it's not to win the money, and you know, I love the competition, I love the people, and you know, the attention that we get is very, yeah, it's nice. You know, it makes me feel good, and I love entertaining people basically with darts. You know, especially if they love watching me shoot with my bar darts. You know, you could do it with any dart, man. You know, you just got to practice. So
yeah, it's not just the equipment; it's the user at the end of the day.
Yep.
Well, we're excited to continue seeing your work on the live stream, work on the dartboard, and we wish you nothing but the best of luck at your WAMO venture here.
Yes, I'm gonna try to win some more today, so we'll see.
Looking forward to it.
Yes. What are we doing?
Well, I don't know what to do with my hands. Well, hello everyone. I am Nick Dichiria, joined by none other than Travis Wilkinson, a co-director here at WAMO, going on in La Crosse, Wisconsin here. Travis, how are you doing?
Good, really good.
Well, we're excited to be out here to cover what is the biggest state tournament in North America. Can you just tell us how you feel about the number of participants that are going on in here and all the players that have come out for this event?
We get everybody from all over the state. It's a record number this year, and everyone loves La Crosse because there's restaurants, bars, everything. So it's kind of like the perfect time or perfect place for all the people to go.
I mean, it certainly feels like that. I look a little out of places. It's a little wind chill out here, and I'm rocking my normal Florida attire. Yeah, how does it feel? Last year we were in the Dells, and now we're over at the Crosse Center. How do you like the venue this year?
I really like the venue. The Dells is fun, but I kind of like it where it's just cleaner. Everyone loves it better. Like, just the area. I love the area. Like the Dells, it's hard to go anywhere, but This place is just, you can walk anywhere and be anywhere in 5 minutes.
Well, we're certainly excited to be here. Now, you have a little bit of an interesting position because not only are you a co-director for this event, but also on top of that, you're a player yourself. How does it feel to kind of be on two different sides of the coin?
It's interesting because when you're playing, you're still kind of thinking of the bracket running and making sure it's running. But once you do it enough, you get used to it, and it's nice because then you have a bit different perspective on how players would want it and how it should be run, kind of thing. Some people don't play, but they know they run at tournaments. They don't see the other side of it.
Well, it certainly gives you some insight here. Can you talk about like what are some of the harder parts of running an event like this with so many different players involved and everything?
The toughest part is just making sure everyone's keeping up, the forfeits and everything. This year's our first year we moved to all automatic scoring, which definitely really increased the speed of the tournament. We don't have to worry about paper and finding people with the paper, and so it's definitely been a lot faster this year.
Well, it's certainly going by quickly. You blink and all of a sudden you're a couple days in and everyone seems to be having a great time out there. Now, there's going to be some people that are going to be watching our coverage over on USA Darts here and seeing this, and maybe even some locals that are like, you know what, I need to get back into playing darts. What advice would you give to somebody that wants to get back in after watching this wonderful event take place?
I mean, come and try it. I think you're going to be surprised how different it's been. If you were playing before and now coming back, it's going to be pretty different because with CompuSport and everything, it's just a different animal.
Well, we're certainly excited to see how this beast continues to unfold here at the largest state dart tournament. Of course, I am Nick Dichiria, joined by Travis Wilkinson, and thank you for having the time to chat with me.
Alrighty, folks. Bull shooters versus Club Ritz here. And this possibly could be your top two teams. So we'll see who's going to come out on top here as Jed goes for the 57 first shot. Why not? This will be our last match of the evening. In a play all 7-leg round robin format here. So this is round number 5. As we'll see who advances here into tomorrow's action, where 8 teams will battle it out to see who will pick up the title. Just a reminder, last year's champions, BSS Milwaukee +1. So that's Bull Shooters Milwaukee +1, and that's your team of Garrett Rakowski, Steve Hilger, Jeffrey Johnson, and Phil Glomsky? Mickey Mousky? That's it, Mickey Mousky.
Mickey Mousky. Well, here we go, folks. This is what you've been waiting for, and as Will has already stated, these are the top dogs, the best shots going at it head-to-head here, as this is going to be a great one to see how this continues to conclude our evening coverage of this event. I'm going to be honest here. I think Ritz has continually gotten better, and Bull Shooters started off really strong, but are, you know,
maybe they've gotten content.
A little bit. I think a little bit they have. So if Ritz can really bring out the cracker here, I mean, let's just see what they do with the opportunity.
I'm done with you. I'm done with you.
No, you're not.
I am done with you.
You have another day of coverage with me tomorrow,
All
Will.
right, I'm going to take out the battery and mix microphone here. No denying it.
You don't think I know how to check it. You would
Look
be
at
right.
Jed here. Playing that trip 20. Playing the bull. How about that?
I think he's feeling comfortable, and on top of the fact that from this position, as long as Kevin goes up there and hits at least a low ton, they're going to be okay in their position there. So get a little aggressive, get a little freaky with it. I do appreciate that we just have more and more people standing on chairs in the background. We really should get bleachers at this point.
Could be. We are working out next year's setup with WAMO, so.
As we always have a good time bringing you this tournament here. You know, in all my years to bring coverage of WAMO, this has been my favorite.
First and only year for Nick.
Don't tell them, they wouldn't have known. Kevin Schmitz with a hat trick there. I believe 83. Him and Jed looking real strong and putting monumental amount of pressure on Jeff, as all he can do is just try to get in range, but not much that can happen here. Craig will be frozen no matter what, even if he did hit perfect. So Jed with 88 now. Bull for double 19.
Jed's feeling it here.
Look at that. Jed Neal throwing some great stuff. Him and Kevin have really been the backbone of this Auggies team at the moment. I mean, of course, the duo did well in doubles together, so why wouldn't they do well in a team format, right?
Got both of those boards being
Well, Kevin continuing to just do some work. He's been really tight on his bowls right now.
Yeah, that low ton there is handy.
I mean, this is going to be interesting. Honestly, Auggies and Club Ritz here, if they take this to like a 4-3 type of match score here, I think they're both going to be happy with that. If one team whitewashes the other, it makes it so anything's possible on the other side of the bracket here for any of the other teams.
Sofa with a low touch for himself as well. Got a question, is this the last bracket? This is the last round robin match for this evening in this bracket. This is round number 5, so a first and second in this bracket will be decided after this matchup here, this 7 legs. Rick would love to find the bull here. He does, but is it? I don't know. Kevin can really, if he hits a hat trick, he'll leave himself at 114, and boy, oh boy, could that be dangerous. Especially with the likes of Kevin Schmidt.
That's true.
Schmidt, there we go.
Schmitz don't quits. That's what I've been saying since day one. Hitting a 150 there. Leaving a 114 just as Will predicted. Put himself in a great spot. So Craig here, a little bit of pressure on him. Doesn't need to leave an out, but needs to make sure to hit at least the 100 plus. If he doesn't hit 100 plus, there's a high chance that there's going to be a freeze. Yeah, so he does find that 103 there. Ryan Sofa here, right now, just needs to keep the momentum that they have, right? And finding another 100 here will keep them at a combined 200 and some change. Not happy with that, Dirt. Just needs to stay focused. And, oh, doesn't connect. So combined to 276 for Kevin and Ryan. Rick was immediately not happy. He got to the line quick, threw that dart, and then felt low, and he had to walk off and readjust. So maybe just something there with the autopilot was not functioning. So Kevin with the 114 will get a look.
51 gets it. Kevin Schmitz makes this a 2-0 lead for bull shooters. Or, as I like to call them, the 4 horsemen, as I'm still trying to get that going. Sean did walk by. I did let him know. I was like, Sean, you've been hearing when I've been calling your team name? He goes, bull shooters? I go, no, the 4 horsemen. And he goes, oh, that's good. That is good.
That's good.
He said, too bad I've been playing like crap. I said, hey, buddy.
We're
all there, man.
He honestly hasn't played bad. I think he just puts himself at such a high standard.
And what he said is, he said you've been working 6 days a week. During the winter time, he usually gets his time off, and that's when he seems to play better. But hey, you're still here. You're still part of the team, man. You guys could earn your way, which you almost already have. I believe you have earned your way into the next, the final bracket. You never know what can happen from there, huh?
Auggies definitely has. Club Ritz should, but they need to make sure that they don't give too many legs to Auggies here, or else someone can make a run on the other end. I believe I want to say Foundry 45 and the Burks Precision Builders are the ones that have the best chance of making that run, as Rooks and Not So Haggard unfortunately did have some pretty underwhelming performances on the stream here. So if the story stays true, those are the teams that are kind of fighting for that last spot there. You know, the other factor here with round robins is while everyone will always try their best and will always work their hardest throughout all of it, and I'm not saying that anybody would intentionally try to throw off, but you don't have the same drive in you if you know going into this last round that you are eliminated, right?
Yeah.
And those teams might not play strong. If they're going against a team that has a shot to get in it, it's going to be very interesting. This is where you kind of see those biggest point differentials in matches.
I would agree. I would agree. I mean, this is the thing. You're in the final round. You've been going at this now since about let's be honest, about 4:10, 4 o'clock. Maybe been warming up since about 3:30 or so. Maybe you've been pre-gaming today too. You never know.
Yeah.
That could happen.
Something in that Mississippi River. Well, Rick and Sean keep those scores neck and neck at the top there. Ryan and John trying to do the same at the bottom. Oh, look at this. Ryan's still on for the 10.
John Bunnell will just step in and continue to hit the bulls.
Yeah, they're both on a 12 dart range finish for Ryan and John. They're going to find 2 bulls to leave the out here. That's the first. And that's the second, so 168. Sean will guarantee that he has at least one look. Rick needs one more. Gets it right in between there. That was a great thrown dart.
Taking that ghost throw, and it almost seems like more Wisconsinites than anybody do the little signature ghost. It's just a Scotty Kirshner. They've seen him for years. Just kind of give it a go and give that signature ghost and then go after it.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely interesting to see. There's always so many of those regional differences, right, of like different art players. There's certain regions where arm sleeves are super popular, or, I mean, even here, I'm going to be honest, I've never seen this many players playing shorts. That is a factor. Like, even in Florida, the players are really stern about dressing up for, especially like those upper division players. I don't know why. It's just
it depends on where you're at.
It's a regional thing. There's so many regional different
regional
things.
thing. I mean, there's always like dress how you play. I mean, but then there's a lot of individuals that, you know, that's been a big thing with like WDF side of things, or when it comes to national championships or titles or even team events like NDA, where you got to dress the part, that kind of thing. Some people just want comfort.
Yeah, not to say I was ever at any high level, but I always had the mentality of dress like a professional, play like a professional. And that's always been my approach. Very rarely, well, the jeans is the most casual I'll get in a tournament setting.
Then again, you choose to.
Dye my hair?
Well, no, I was gonna say you choose to wear a suit and tie to events too. So
That is true. That's because I would like to wear my suit and tie and normally collects dust in my closet. For the 10 darter, Ryan Sofa.
see, you wanted that one. Look at all those chuckles back there, giving him a laugh.
Giving him a hard time.
And he does go ahead and convert on the 32 as Bull Shooters gets another one on the board, ladies and gentlemen.
Did you see him look into the camera there and talk to us for a minute there? I don't know what he said.
He said, "I'm sorry."
Is that what he said?
That's what he said. He said, "I'm sorry." As I looked at the replay image there.
Yeah, it was definitely a step-up game for a lot of those guys as they were all on 12 dart finishes. So great stuff there from everyone as they're really picking it up and showing why they're some of the top teams here. Roy in chat, how's it going, Roy? Jed only getting 64, not going to be content with that go around.
There's the party in the USA in the background.
You know that would be my walk-on song if I ever made it.
Ah, okay, okay. Royal Harris, how you doing, sir? We need a little cherry pie action, don't we? Just kidding, just kidding.
I mean,
Roy, of course, of Green Bay area. Probably tuning in, supporting some of his locals. We had some on earlier today. Scuba Steve told me he was tuning in earlier, supporting some of them individuals as well.
There you go. Sean finding the 119. As we have 3 players on 82 after the first round.
It was kind of funny. I went up to the South Hall earlier this morning, and I just so happened to hear out of the corner of my eye I knew it was a familiar jersey, which we just saw, yell out in the background, "I don't even know where we just played at." In regards as, there's too many boards here. And I turned around and I caught my eye and said, "Hey, you were just on the streaming board. Follow me."
Come here, I got you.
I got you. It was quite funny.
That is.
One of those Green Bay representatives, so.
Oh, our security guard got fired.
Did she? And she's still doing a magnificent
There you go.
job.
She came back over. Hat trick for Sean. Oh, one more bowl. Leave a great out here for Jeff. Leaving him 150. Jed chipping away as well. Smart switch up by Jed there. starting at that bull. Knew they needed to hit 2 trips after that to leave an out. Switching up to the 20 there, didn't connect on the last. So had a pretty good go around here. Gonna keep himself within range.
All right. Sean, unhappy after that first dart, but
Really needs to leave an out here.
yeah, he's got to find something. Another bull would help. It will. 113's the leave.
Yeah, so now it's Jed's job to make sure that Sean will get a look at that 113 if Jeff doesn't capitalize on the 150 here. Going low in the first means that Jed just needs to make sure Sean gets a chance here to potentially make this a 4-0.
Jed sitting at 199. See what he can find handy in this one.
Oh no. It's gonna block him a little bit. Yeah, 113. Jed did enough to make sure that Sean would get this shot.
Oh, and he misses it, but it's still a look. 57.
Needs this to connect. Oh, not gonna be able to do so. Now giving the opportunity back to Jeff. Wasn't able to hit the 150. See if we can hit 33. Went right at it, so now to the double 11. Needs to go outside and connects.
And we get a few waves there in the background as well. As Club Ritz gets one on the board there, huh?
And they needed to. I mean, they can't risk losing too many legs here just because they're coming in with a decent amount of wins. They need to perform, as Bullshooters is guaranteed to move on. Ryan Sofa starting off with perfection, hitting that 150. And an answer right there. Let's see if Jed can keep up this hat trick hot streak that we're kind of seeing at the moment. Oh, he said again, what? Because that was the second time in the last couple darts that this has happened to him, placing that one hole hanging over the bull.
Well, Jeff trying to get another bull here, gets one. 2:36 to leave.
As all the score lines are still neck and neck at the moment. Oh, there we go from Jed, finding the bulls now after not happy with his last go, changing it completely around with that 150. Rick really wants at least 2 bulls here to stay up with Jed. And it does get it there. Great recovery after that slack first dart. So yeah, all the score lines, the A's and the B's are tying up at the moment. Oh, good stuff from Ryan Sofa as he's really picked up his game in this last like 2-hour window, playing a lot like the version of Ryan Sofa we've come to know and love.
Yeah, he's finally starting to connect here. I mean, it's been kind of it's been on a struggle bus for him.
One thing that's definitely noticeable for both these teams, and a big reason why they're finding so much success today, is the fact that they have such confident personas. They always look like they're in control and they're in charge of what is happening. I think that's part of the reason we're finding so much success is just that positive body language and that confident personas that they're sharing.
Ah, you see that one there. That's been the real first time that you've seen him kind of slap at it, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's usually just that subtle little re-grip.
Yeah, no, now he's like almost
Yeah,
grabbing it.
yeah, he's starting to think
But
here.
he figures it out still.
Yeah, he
Like,
still
how does he
figures
do
it
that?
out. It's just crazy.
That's actually madness.
Oh, she's slacking again.
Answers right back with a hat trick there from Rick.
Well, 84 is the look.
74 now.
Yeah, I can still get this. Bull 24 with a 4-1 advantage. He gets it.
Ritz is still in some dangerous territory. That second spot is not guaranteed. As Bullshooters surely at this point has done enough now. After going 6-1, 6-1, 7-1, 3-4, or 4-3. John Bunnell's all business right now. He looks serious as ever.
Sean unhappy with the last there. Wanted to at least convert it to see him go, what? Come on now. Gives Jed a little knuckles, and they have a chat back there. Things will certainly be interesting tomorrow. There's no doubt about that.
You ain't a woofin'.
Just imagine, you know, we could possibly have a double dip on a team event. Like, what? That's 14. Could be like 14 legs.
Yeah, that would be insane. Folks, you've heard a couple of times where the audience cheers and their yells bleed through to the mics a little bit. You will hear it a lot tomorrow. There's going to be so much emotion and passion, especially with how long the format is and how high level the talent is playing. It's going to be some big screams out there. Jade saying, hope you guys are doing good tonight and have a great day and great evening. Thank you, Jade. Appreciate that.
And you can see the frustration mount for Sean. As Kevin may be the one that has to come in here and keep pounding away.
My favorite darts analyst in chat, the master of the power rankings, Ryan George. How you doing?
Will too, just a little more casually. Well, we're definitely running on fumes here as we just got back from that week-long event in Vegas, which was fun, but it definitely catches up on you. Then a couple days rest before back on the road again for this WAMO event. Day 4 here as we enter what could be our last, well, what will be our last leg of coverage here for the evening. In just a moment's time.
That was a really smart dart from Kevin there.
It was.
Sean a little bit behind. There's a good chance that he's going to end up freezing even if he starts hitting now. So Kevin going for the 9-darter, shortening it by 1 round if he did hit it. Smart play from the Rabbit. Clever tricks.
Definitely a smart look from the Rabbit.
Yeah, Hortzman's going to need to giddy up here. Seems to have gotten the hens.
Seems to have. Finally finds that bull and finds 3 of them.
Yeah, it's going to help, but if Craig can answer right back, there's only so much that Sean can do at this point. Yeah, this is going to be good if he hits it. He does hit it.
See that kind of lift of the head and elbow with Craig before he releases. Really gives it that full extension too, man. As the security guard comes in to tell us, apparently it's Bunnell, but we're just going to keep calling him Bunnell.
Forever.
Forever.
See, if we set the bar low, the expectations stay there as well.
Yeah, come on now.
Well, let's see. Craig can basically make sure John will get darts.
I think it's funny because I've definitely commentated on John's matches like numerous times before.
And
nobody's nobody's ever said that. So now it's going to be hard for us to change this.
It's because she lied to us. Actually, no.
Andy's saying he made it home safe here in Sussex. That's what, 4 a.m. there?
Yeah.
6 hours ahead?
Sounds about right. Our security guard's about to have a field day out there.
Day.
150 from Kevin. Had no other option. John for a look at 37 here.
5, 32. Inside as it unfortunately doesn't go. Would have been a 4-2 scoreline if it did. He says Sussex, Wisconsin.
Oh, no, buddy.
Listen, we don't know all the towns here. Florida, Kansas, no way, bud. No way.
Oh, it's so funny.
John Smith says he's used to it. I shoot with John and say it that way.
Oh, look at this. Hortzman to steal.
Oh, wow. What a big shot and a hat for Sean Horseman. And Bull Shooters, a.k.a. the 4 Horsemen, put another one on the board.
Yeah, Auggies is ecstatic to see it, but let's be honest, that's kind of hard for Ritz to stomach, as now it basically means that their position's up for grabs.
Yeah.
And we don't know the score lines of the other teams as well. We're not 100% sure, but we do know that Ritz was looking to be a favorite. And now in some dark times.
What a turn of events here. Bull Shooters really commanding this bracket. They only had that one tight-knit affair, and that was in round number 4, correct?
Yeah, that was it. That was a 4-3 against Foundry 45. Yeah, Auggies really augmenting the bracket to their whim. As Ritz is just hitting an ice-cold moment at the time being. Auggies continues to just do what they've been doing.
What's gotten into Sean here is the question. He's a man on a mission these past few rounds.
Now he knows that if he does well enough, he can rename the team.
That's exactly it.
It can't be anything else. Benel finding a ton of there. That'll be nice. Here's Kevin. Look at that, just smooth as butter. Finding a 150 there. Keep things going for him. Rick really needs to get one more in. Doesn't do so. He is not happy right now. As the demeanors have kind of changed, you can see the Auggies team looking extremely relaxed. While on the other end here, we're seeing the Ritz team look a little bit more worried, a little bit more serious, as this has become a grave situation. They need to stop the bleed on this final leg. Ryan and Kevin aren't going to make it easy for the Ritz, though.
Craig finding a score of 69 to bring him down to 519. But Kevin Schmitz, Jed Neal, Sean Horseman, and Ryan Sofa sitting in those 400 range. And look at Jed. Look at Jed. He's on the phone.
No way. Is he serious?
He's on the phone.
I don't love that. I'm going to be honest. Unless it's an absolute emergency.
Look, he still hits 2 bulls for low ton. Who knows what that phone call may have been? Maybe it's an important deal. Maybe it's a work call. You never know.
I mean, you would have to think so.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's got to be. You don't just answer the phone just because. I mean, yeah, this is the last game of a round robin, which you've already known you won. But at the same time, I wouldn't find that find that to be like, just, oh, yeah, I'll just answer my phone for any reason.
Right. Well, it seemed to be just fine for him, though. See what Sean can do here. Keep the perfect scoreline going. Of course, I say it and it changes. He was trying to get that 3rd hat trick in a row there.
Still finds a nice low ton.
Benell hitting a hat, though. Going to keep himself in the running here. Trying to keep up with Sean and Jed and Kevin and Ryan. Kevin chucking away the bulls.
Yeah, he's just kind of still getting it down within chopping range here. Potentially make this 6-1. Ritz would love to at least get one more on the board here. Make it 5-2.
Certainly.
That one leg could be the difference here.
And you know that's the case. I mean, that's why their demeanors changed so much. There is not much smiling going on in the Ritz corner. Bull will leave it out for Ryan. Does go high, though. Yeah, Alex Anderson saying the morale's kind of low. I mean, you just read the body language there. It just doesn't look like a team that's happy in their position right now. Of course, I say that, I see John start laughing in the background, but that's besides the point. Craig getting a low ton there. Keeping that B score line up with the Auggies team, but there's going to be some serious freeze risk if Jeff doesn't hit big.
Just trying to put a hat in here and hope to get some morale, and he just kind of nonchalantly says, okay, now you can do it, huh?
That was definitely what he needed to do. Is the A's and B's scoreline for Auggies is just running away at this point. Benell attacking those bulls.
Yeah, another one would be nice, and he grabs it. A ton left.
That is a great shot right there to kind of get yourself at a chance.
Just a sniff.
just a little whiff. You need Kevin and Ryan to miss, and you need Rick to make sure there's no freeze in play. I don't don't love that dirt there. And Kevin throwing the bowl there would have made it really hard for Rick to score enough. So Ryan Sofa, 153. And we're guaranteed that he won't freeze. So if Ryan doesn't hit this, Craig will get a shot.
Well, look at this. 51.
Oh
51.
my.
Oh! Look at John like, come on, really? Really?
Is he really? Everyone was like, oh man, that would be sick to hit. Doesn't connect. Everyone has a laugh. But Craig needs to focus up because he's got a chance. 100 can go in 2 darts, and he's certainly capable of hitting it. The laugh is over, and he's back to business here, getting serious.
Oh, can still get it. Can still get this. Trip 14.
He can, but that's a big regroup. That deflection was hard to bear witness to. And he does find it on that last dart there. Great shot there for Craig. Getting Ritz another leg on the board here.
That is good stuff indeed. As he's messing with the board, seeing they can't get a full score line, as you're going to see some big hugs there. But real quick, we're going to head back on over to this match as they're kind of finishing things off. This is the last leg here in this one. This will be, we'll just take a glimpse before we end our coverage this evening. So we figure we might as well at least provide you with this.
A little something.
Just a little extra. To see who could possibly win this one. Don't have a score line, but that's okay. Well, Jake, the opportunity is his. Gonna go ahead and take this out.
Double 18.
And it is in.
It is 44.8 average there. He does not claim my triple 12 bounty I put out there earlier today.
There you go. Well, that is going to conclude your coverage here of this one on our streaming boards. Rick wanted to let his lovely wife know that those kisses were definitely for us. So he was giving the wife some love in the background there. We do have the conclusion of Foundry and Rookies, but we don't really have a streaming coverage of that. We can go overhead, but we'll probably get ready for tomorrow's coverage here because we're going to have a pretty good day of action here. We'll probably start about 10:30, depending on once players get to their board.
What time they're actually getting going.
And what time they're actually getting going. We don't want to start the stream just for it to sit there for 15, 20 minutes without nothing going on. So supposed to start at 10 a.m. Just look out for the stream around that time, folks, okay? In the meantime, though, if you're wanting to check out brackets and see where these guys wind up at or end up at, head over to compusport.us. And you can look at the results from each bracket, okay? You can look at the results from each bracket and figure out who's going to be those 8 teams into tomorrow's final, all righty? Go do that for sure. And anyway, there you go.
I think that pretty much wraps it up. I couldn't have said it better myself.
Yeah. John asking for updates on who advances from all D1 pods. Well, let's be honest. We don't know when that will actually happen. It could be 30 minutes from now. It could be an hour from now when they actually round up.
Yeah, unfortunately, that if you want to see the updates there, you can always just check on CompuSport because they will load those teams into the bracket the next day. Not visible at the moment while they're still playing, but as soon as that's over, they're going to get those brackets loaded up there. So you get updates over on CompuSport.us to see who moved on and who's going to go for the title tomorrow.
Yeah, there's only one bracket done on this D1 side, and that's going to be Banging the Neighbors and Mugshots 1 getting through to the next round. Banging the Neighbors is Adam Turner, Jesse Porter, John Kimple, Josh Lisi, and Nate Lisi. So that's going to be Modern Games Co-Incorporated. And then Mugshots is the team of Brad Zamalo, Derek Schneider, Jose Copian, Leon Hopkins, and Matt Jenkins. So those are a quality teams there. Yeah, for sure. But anyway, we thank you folks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more. Oh, never mind. Look at this. We already got it. Oh, okay. We may actually get these team results in. I just clicked on another one that wasn't updated. Now it is Milwaukee Monsters, which is that BSS Milwaukee team which won last year.
Yep.
Came in first, so that's going to be Garrett Rakowski, Jeffrey Johnson, Phil Gomoski, and Steve Hilger advancing to tomorrow's rounds. And Fibs, Dave Boaz, Jeff Kessel, Larry Keith, and Ronnie Crow, and that's an Illinois team of Ideal Amusement Incorporated. They will advance. We'll take one last look at the other two. Not ready yet, as Log Cabin Andy and Yorkies has yet to finish up. I don't know yet. Yeah.
We know you're right there.
And then we'll refresh here on our other team bracket, just to confirm as much as we can give you. We're certainly not going to go through every bracket. There's no denying that one. Yeah, they've already kind of got the brackets kind of figured out here. So Banging the Neighbors, top bracket, they'll await one opponent. Milwaukee Monsters below them, they'll await an opponent. Mugshots on the lower side, and then Fibs on the lower side there too. So yeah, CompuSport.us, go check it out.
Well, we definitely enjoyed bringing you guys coverage of this today, as this has been a riveting story being told of teams fighting for greatness.
Here we go. One more in. Black Saddle. They're in. Bob Anderson, John Pilgrim, Kyle Christopherson, and Matt Graff and Steve Diker. They're your first place team. And then, well, crap happens, or she happens. We'll just put it that way. DC, Robbie Wizkid, Scott Applin, and Steve Palmert. They will advance into the next round. So there you go. We're just awaiting this bracket here, so maybe we'll just go ahead and see where they're at here.
Oh, everyone's waving to the camera. Hi, everyone. They all just pointed and waved at the same time. Oh.
Oh, my goodness. Ugly mugs, man. Ugly mugs.
Oh,
you had to ruin it. You just had to
our
ruin
security
it.
guard punched.
Our security guard said, knock it off. She's been our bodyguard.
I love it. I love it. Well, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. We've had a great time bringing you this over at WAMO in the Crosse Center in La Crosse, Wisconsin. That will pretty much cover it for us today.
Yes, it will. These guys are still just kind of starting off with 7-1. So maybe I'll run up to the front desk, see what their score line is there, and see if we can announce that, because these teams, I don't know if they're even in it. Right?
Foundry is the one that does have a chance,
one.
not the other way around.
Okay. We'll get a score line there for Foundry.
So give us a quick moment, folks.
Alrighty, I did go out there, and it really didn't sound good for Foundry 45 is what I got from them. So I'm going to go with possibly Bull Shooters and Club Ritz in the next round. So that's going to conclude us for tonight. Just a reminder, CompuSport.us. If you want to check out the brackets for all your divisions, go do that now. Thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow, folks. Will Stuart, Nick Dichiria. Take care.